welcome all chess friends to the live commentary of second round of Prague International Chess Festival 2020.
Welcome.
Today we will have a big sum of fighting games, I believe, because also yesterday here we have many early fighting games, and players showed quite I think good shape, many of them. And by the way, I asked them just before the tournament how they feel, and also I laid all of them two questions. You will hear both of them today. And first question I asked was, in this tournament you will face 9 very strong opponents. Which game are you afraid of, and which game are you looking forward to? And here are the answers.
It's very hard to say, but I'm looking forward to the tournament as a whole, and I think it will be difficult to face Jan Krzysztof Duda, perhaps because my record against him is not that great.
I'm looking forward to all the games, and at the same time I'm afraid of all the games, because mostly I'm afraid of myself, but I'm looking forward to playing the opponents. I hope I'm well prepared, and we'll see how it goes.
I'm not afraid of any game, and I'm looking forward to all the games.
I'm looking forward to all of the games against all of these players. I fear absolutely nobody. I don't think anybody will ever become a great chess player if they're scared of facing good opponents. That's how it is. I'm looking to play aggressive chess. I hope I can play some interesting games, and well, if I have 9 decisive results, that'd be fantastic. But we'll see. But I don't anticipate any easy games, and I don't think anybody will roll me over. I think we'll just have 9 great fights.
I can say I'm afraid of every game, and I'm looking forward to every game as well. So, my main goal is to play a single decent game, which I wasn't very successful in it for last month. So I hope here I will be able to show something.
Actually, I don't have any preference on looking forward or afraid, because I have played most of the players before, and I think maybe I haven't played against Alireza, and Duda I played last year, and everyone else I played, so I'm looking forward to all the games actually, not just one game, because I see it as a tournament, and of course all games are interesting and important.
Well, I'm only probably afraid of myself, and well, I think each opponent is equally strong. I mean, no one is weaker than the other, and it's gonna be a very tough tournament, and I will do my best. I just have to do my best, and then the result.
Every opponent is very strong, and every game will be very hard, and I think 1-4 is the most dangerous.
Well, I'm not afraid of anyone. I know all the games are going to be tough, so not really afraid of any game, but looking forward to all of it. I think they are all going to be really interesting games. All the players here, I think, play like very creative chess and very interesting chess, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, I'm afraid from the game, but I hope for the best, and we will see.
I'm not afraid of any game, and I'm looking forward to all 9 games, because every game is very important, obviously, and the field is quite strong, but also the type of players which are playing here, it's like all different kind of styles, so that will make it more interesting. And I remember last year there were quite a few draws. I doubt that this time it will be like that, and it will be more results. That's my just gut feeling.
I'm not afraid of any of the games, for sure, and I think I look forward to all of them equally, because I played all of these players before, and we always had interesting games. There are very exciting players, and I think it will be many big fights and very interesting.
Looking forward to every game. I'm not afraid of any particular game, but yeah, all opponents are strong, so I'm looking forward to many difficult fights on the board.
Okay, I'm not afraid at all, but after all, I see. But obviously, opponents are very strong, and I think the game against the Firouz for sure will be tough. And well, there are no easy opponents, so there won't be any easy game.
I think the player I'm afraid of, I mean, two players are Van Forest and Zipienko, because isn't it that they have shown really great results. Van Forest changed third place, I think, in White Runs there. Amongst elite, it's incredible, and Zipienko almost being Gibraltar is also a really great result. And I'm looking forward to play against Mateusz Bartel, because I think this game will be really unpredictable.
I'm not afraid of any game. I'm looking forward to all of them, maybe especially with the game against Firusha, because he's the one I didn't play yet. And
I'm actually not afraid of anyone here, but I'm most looking forward to, well, any game, but Esipenko, of course, and Jordan Van Forest. They've been playing great, and yeah, I'll try to take my revenge against Andrei Yevsepenko, who beat me twice in Tallinn. So, yeah.
Actually, I am not afraid of anything in this event, because last year I came the last in the event, so like the worst what could have happened in Prague is already done. So I am just happy I can be a part of this spectacular event once again, and I am just happy to be here, in between my friends who are playing both in the Masters, Challengers, and also in Open. It's like a big holiday for chess, and I am happy I am here. I am not looking forward for any particular game. I am just enjoying the fact that I am here, and it would be nice to finish a bit better than last year. In life it's important to improve, so if I was the last one in previous edition, it's quite an easy task to finish a bit higher.
I'm not afraid of anything special. Just it depends on my form, how I'm doing, you know. If I'm good shape, and for tournament you never know this. Sometimes everything is going your way, like I did last played the Open, and the next tournament it can be disaster. So you never know this. But I'm being good form, so I hope I will do well.
So now we heard 19 answers. I think very interesting answer was that David Navarra, he told that he's afraid of game against Jan Krzysztof Duda, and just in first round he played with him and he lost with him.
And he lost, yes. So he was a correct feeling. Or
well, yeah, correct feeling. But I'm not sure if it's a good feeling just before the tournament to be afraid of any game.
Yes. But most typical answer was looking forward to all games and not afraid from any game. So it's nice.
Yes, nice. I think many children should hear that, because many children always said, he has higher rating, what will I do? No, this is not a problem.
Yes, this is not a problem. I think it's a good attitude. Simply fight, simply play and fight to do the best.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's go to watch our games today, and we will start with game Navarash and Klent. Just, of course, Schenkland Navara. So just missed the colors. So I think it's
yes.
just
we can
long theoretical line, yes.
We can go through it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. This is a Catalan, of course, accepted. I think there is.
I heard that this is the most safe line for black. I heard. I don't know if it is right.
I don't know also. Yes, but it's very, very solid for black, I think.
I think for both players it's very tough game, very difficult to play, because both of them lost yesterday.
Yes.
So it's very difficult what to do today. Yeah, if to try to make a pressure or to make to do the risk or to do anything, or just wait and for mistake of wait for mistake of opponent. But I believe that both of them are big fighters, and both of them will try to win.
Yes, definitely Shankland with white. I think he should try something at least.
I'm not sure, but I think that the same line as I saw in game Navarra during exhibition in I think in St. Louis or somewhere. I think Navarra, that's the same line.
So now David is thinking. David is thinking.
Now I can remember.
So maybe.
And I think won. Maybe won 2 games because it was exhibition when Navarra played with. So I don't know how many games. It was rapid games. No, not rapid games. It were rapid game. Many rapid games. I don't know how many, but it was not only Navarra. So it was also.
Yes. There is such event in St. Louis. Yes. So some rapid and blitz matches. Yes, and David faced. So yes.
Probably today it is about preparation in this game, I believe.
It looks so.
It looks so, yes.
But David now is thinking. So I don't.
Maybe he has more than one possibility to play in this position. I believe, because why not?
Usually he is extremely well prepared. So I think he's not out of his preparation. He's just thinking what to choose.
Okay. I think we should go to another game. Let's take a look on game Anton Gicharo Vidit. Anton Gicharo lost yesterday also, as previous 2 players. Maybe a little unlucky game for him yesterday, because with black pieces his position was very good, but in time trouble he played a few inaccuracies and then he lost. And with it, that's the opinion. That's just opposite. Yeah. Yesterday, his win was very nice, very quick.
It was a good game from his side.
By the way, I think it was the game of the round also.
Yes, I voted for this game.
Yeah, me too.
So we were right. So what they played Ragozin. I think they are.
Basta, you can see knight on c6 again.
But here is the It's you mean yesterday's Shankland's game. But here the knight is definitely.
This is a different story, yeah.
This is a totally different story. Here knight support e5 advance for black.
And of course supports bishop on b4.
Of course, covers bishop on b4. So I think this position is also well known from theory.
Did you see this position in some game in last months?
I don't know, but I'm sure that there are plenty of games with this line.
So what will do
white
next? Black, and what will be plan of white?
Generally, I think black would like to push e5 in some
right moment.
In the right moment, and white would like to prevent this. So
it's about fight about e5 square and about e5 movement.
Yes. Because after e5, this bishop on c8 can be activated. Yes, but so e5 is critical continuation or critical strategic concept. Yes.
And is possible to put the white square bishop on b7 in this line, or it's a bad idea?
Difficult to manage this idea.
At least.
At least.
Maybe it's just totally wrong. I don't know, because then the knight on c6 is really bad.
Okay. So what do you think? We can switch? Can we switch?
Yes, I believe yes. So let's go on to game Hare Krishna Duda.
So we're here.
Jan Krzysztof Duda is black again, but he was black
again.
also yesterday. But yesterday he has won. So now he's in the lead. And today it's not Sicilian.
Today they played some Bogo in the end. I would say.
Well, basta.
It's difficult to say. Both sides are just developing. I think everything is possible. We will see later.
This is not so theoretical line.
Of course, there should be some theory, but
not so important.
Everything is quite normal now. I think it's.
What about the black square bishop on c5? Will he stay on c5 or will he go on e7?
Most probably to e7, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe then d6 and just hedgehook.
Yeah, some.
We will see. Or black can also play d5 in some moment.
Mm-hmm. No, well, Duda won yesterday, so I think he doesn't need to press in this game.
I think he will just play solid.
Solid, just good moves, and he will see.
And also Hare Krishna, I expect the same. Just play solid, try to press a little bit, and we'll see.
So we can bet on this game that it will be draw.
No, it's too early. No. I hope for interesting games in all cases.
Okay, so let's go on. Another game we have today is game Rager Vityugov. Well, so French defense.
French. I think Nikita is an expert of French because he wrote a book about this opening.
Well, yes.
If I'm right.
Maybe. I'm not sure now. Honestly, I don't have it at home. But I know that he's expert and he plays French very often. I know. I can remember on World Cup he played French, at least in that set Armageddon Blitz.
So we can go through. Which line was it?
Vinaver, or how is it called?
I am a d4 player, so I don't know.
My memory is not good for names and also for names of lines. So maybe I can tell you it's C 18 or something like that.
According this informator system. Yes.
Yeah, but probably it's some kind of Vinaver line with Queen b6. It's important move. Because some lines are without that move, and it's again quite a popular line, and it's very important how to when to take it on d4 or when to take it on c5, and with which piece to go on c5. It's very important because I will show you. Of course, this bishop will be very good on this diagonal, definitely. And also, very interesting, the square c5 is for this knight, because he can go here on c5 and then on e4 in some line. But I'm not expert of this line, so I don't tell you if this is good idea to take it on d4. I think usually black is waiting for white to take on c5, but don't trust me anything.
In general, I think that this line is quite complicated. I think generally is strategic line. So
yes, the position is blocked, and it means that both sides must be very careful about some squares.
Yes, of course. Black has usually problems with white squared bishop, and white usually get d4 square for his pieces. So
I will show you only one thing. I think it's very easy to know, and probably everyone knows, but it's not possible to take it on b2 now because of knight a4, and the queen is trapped. I hope so.
Yes, I think
there are some lines, some crazy lines where black can sacrifice his queen, but I don't think this is the line.
But here we can see the
reason why white played a3, of course, because
b4 is under
he covers
control.
b4 square. That's important.
Also, this idea is also typical in some Sicilian lines.
Yes. This line is quite sharp and quite complicated, so I believe that this will be really a long game and very tough fight. I think we should go on to fifth game today.
Of Masters Group.
Yes, and it's a game between Nils Grandelius and Alireza Firouzja. Well, that's again this.
Yes, Berlin stuff against Rui Lopez. Yes, it's Kramnik's invention. Yes, nowadays.
I really don't like this line, I have to say.
But you are.
But show it.
Okay, I think.
Because by my point of view, it's the structure is the same as in exchange French. And this position is about how to equalize with black totally.
Yes.
And about nothing more. Black will be very happy to finish in some equal endgame, and maybe then he will show his level. And white is playing very solidly and hopes for some small mistakes of black. Yeah.
His position is.
I don't like this line. I have to say, I'm sorry for any players who love this line, but I don't like this line.
From which side?
I don't like it from both sides.
Both sides.
By my point of view, both sides are worse.
Yes, it's a little bit boring, but you can play. I think white has some pleasure. Generally, white cannot lose such position, so in some situation, I think for white it's possible to play like this, but it's not.
Of course, also in this position, it can be very interesting game, but it's really hard to make some memorable game from such a position. By my point of view, of course.
Yes, it's difficult to expect some spectacular games here in this line.
By the way, I asked all players just before the tournament also one more question, and it was when you think about your games you played in last 6 months, which game can you remember first? And here are the answers.
My best game during last 6 months was probably Navara Grachov from the European Club Cup, where I managed to bring my white skin to H8 and surrounded by white species, which is not that common. Okay, I played many bad games, many good games, and hope to play better than I did about half a year ago.
I didn't play so many games in the past 6 months, but probably it'll be the last games I played in Czech Extraliga, but I'm not sure I'll be able to put the moves together.
Actually, there is not any good memorable game. I hope that I will play them here.
The fewer games I can remember from the last 6 months, the happier I will be. It's been a really horrible last year, but I'm looking forward to being back in Prague. I had a really great time here last year, and I think the reason I played so badly was I was unhappy for a large number of reasons, but now that I'm in a city that I really enjoy playing a tournament I really enjoy, I'm optimistic it will turn around.
Actually, there were a lot memorable games for me. I can't. I don't think about one specific game. I can't name. Actually, there were a lot.
I don't know. Okay, the last game I played against is Nikita, and against Alexenko, 2 games in Bundesliga. Otherwise, I played so many games online and over the board, so it's hard to remember. So last 6 months, in fact.
Well, that actually is a very nice question, and lots of games comes to my mind immediately. One of the games I can say Aronian, my game versus Aronian I played in Grand Swiss. Also, one of the kind of dramatic games I had played within last half a year. It was a tie-break match versus Bjorn Kasper, who is also going to participate in this event. It was very dramatic tie-break where I won first game and lost the second, and well, it was lots of fun.
I remember my last tournament in Gibraltar, but I didn't have that game. I played an interesting game against Parham Akşarlı, but I didn't win this game. It was a draw, but I don't remember.
Oh, in the last 6 months, well, I played many tournaments, so don't know what game it's special, but in general I played very good chess this last 6 months, even this last maybe 12 months. I played really good chess. So yeah, I cannot say a game, but in general I'm very happy with my play.
I don't know. Maybe some might lose in the Extra League or in the Bundesliga second, but okay, it was the hard, but now it's better, I hope, and it will be better.
Oh, that's a tough question. Not many come to my mind actually, but I do remember the last time I played here, and that was quite memorable for me. So, like, because I'm here right now and all these memories of last year's tournament are coming back to me. So I would say one of the games when I won against Gelfand last year. That was a nice end game.
But I was asking about last 6 months.
Probably, I don't remember, to be honest. I don't remember some like really spectacular game or something like this. Maybe some game from Isle of Man where I won like 4 games with white. So one of those games.
Maybe my loss to Mickey Adams in the European Team Championship comes to mind, where I was doing fairly well and then decided to sacrifice my queen completely unnecessary, and I thought I was winning, but it turned out I was lost. So that for me was probably the most interesting experience.
My game against Magnus Carlsen, I guess, from Viking Z tournament I played last month.
Against Magnus Carlsen in Viking Z this year.
I will think about my time against Kuzmits from Polish Extra League when I got probably the best preparation during that period, and it was completely crazy game when I sacrificed an exchange and it turned out to be one of the really precise games. I mean,
the one I played the latest, it was just 2 days ago. I played with Vidit, whom I will play also here, maybe even with same color.
My win against Akobian, because it was probably the most important game that led me to winning the European Championship in Bratislava, so probably that game.
Wow, it's a difficult question. I didn't really have any spectacular games. I probably remember mostly the games I lost. Probably it was not the one game, but 2 games with Maxim Rothstein on the World Cup. It was probably the most important event I played in the last 6 months. I lost one game, I drew the other one, and I was eliminated by Maxim. It was funny, well, not for me and not for him as well, because after that he started to play very, very badly and he has big crisis in his career, while I started to play quite well, and I am having good time in last months, well, I am happy with my last performances, but there is nothing like spectacular game or something like that.
Yeah, I think I remember first game I lost in. I was playing in Holland. Last year I was completely winning, and I resigned in lost position. So I hope it would not happen again.
I have to say that all these movies and all these answers you can find on our YouTube channel of Prague Chess International Festival. And now we can move to Challengers Tournament.
And we will start with Czech Hope Nguyen Thaidai 1 against Krejci.
So, this is position of Navarra, or not?
No, no. It's very similar, but not.
We have to say that sometimes Nguyen works with Navarra, what I know. So maybe they analyze this position together, but David is black, yes? Am I right? Yes, David is black and Nguyen is white.
You can analyze it for both sides. It's I think
yes, it's very important to work on all positions, and you can try it with both colors.
Yes, so it was almost the same, or different move order, but generally the same. They reached the same position, and now Nguyen played, instead of bishop f4 like Schenkman played, he went bishop g5. With intention to take on f6 sometimes and play e4 or e4 advance, I guess.
Yes, it just happened. Change on f6, and again his normal position. Probably white would like to play e4, so maybe rook f e1 is the move.
Maybe rook f e1 is possible, or even knight f. Can I go here?
Knight e5, maybe. Question is, so what will you do after bishop takes g2? King takes g2.
And now
some simple move, something like bishop d6, let's say, or something like that.
I think white is slightly better here. He can play for advantage.
Yes, white has 4 rows.
Yes.
Black has 3 rows.
Yes, white has space advantage. I think Grischuk played some games in this line. He managed to win. So, but generally, I expect strategic fight here. Yes, but we will see.
Of course, it's very interesting match for Czech fans.
Yes, it's a Czech derby. So
also there was many questions about who should be in representation of Czech Republic, if Krejci or Nguyen or Michalik, for example.
So now they can prove.
They can prove and can show their power. So it's quite interesting match, I think.
Yes, from that point it's very interesting.
Yeah. Nguyen is younger, Krejci is more experienced.
And now, for a moment, higher rated, I think, but not.
Just I don't know. I can tell you. It's written here somewhere. So now in this moment, Nguyen is 1 point stronger. Yeah. So just the rating is
the same. Okay, equal. So.
Okay, let's go on.
Let's go on. Yes.
To another Czech player. Let's go on game Černoušek Bartel. Well, so this position, I know this position. This is position from Scotch or four knights. From Scotch game.
I will go through it.
Yes, and now this is Scotch, and now Castle is quite popular for black in last years.
Because d5 is the
d5 is terribly known.
Yes, maybe for more than 100 years.
Yes. But Castle is also a very old variation, but it was not so popular. Maybe it's more interesting, but it was not so popular. Nothing
maybe
more.
If black plays d5, then usually black fights only for equality, I think. So maybe rook e8 is maybe more dynamic.
Well, I have to say that I played. Now I can remember really many years ago I played this line with white against Nils Grandelius.
With this d5
yes.
stuff.
And I lost in 30 moves. So it's not
with
so
white.
Yes, with white. So it's not so equal as you maybe you can think. Yeah. So.
And now
of
I
course
remember Carlsen won with Adhiban in week.
It's possible.
2 or 3 years
it's
ago
possible.
with black. Some ending,
I know that also, for example, Kriebel likes to play this line. I know. I think with both colors and so on.
So so Mateusz played.
So we can say old but still good.
Still old.
Okay, and rook e8 is a very interesting line. Bishop g5 is right answer, and after h6, this line I think it was played also by Anand, by Vishwanathan Anand, and what I know that this line can end in some perpetual. Later.
There is a perpetual later, yes.
But...
and what about the clock? Because...
I don't know. Clocks, I don't know.
No,
but
Lukáš
is thinking.
Lukáš is thinking. So,
let's continue. I think this is all theory.
So here white offers a pawn sacrifice and black accepts. It's in Mateusz style, I think. Yes. Mateusz likes to play dynamic chess.
And now, if I can remember, I will show you. I think the line continues.
Queen
h5,
yes,
Queen f6.
F4 stuff.
Not to hold the h6 pawn. And I think now something like f4.
Yes, to open the F file.
Open all files, I have to say. Not only F file, all files.
Open whole position.
Yeah, you have two bishops. maybe you have two bishops. If black will take on g3 again, your bishop on d3 will be very strong on the diagonal. You have to open f5 for your rooks, and also when you play h6 and g5 with black king on g8, you cannot wait anything else.
Yes.
Yeah.
Also.
And I think this line in some can end in some perpetual, but I don't believe that Mateusz would wants to make quick draw. I don't believe. So we can wait anything from him.
We will see. Because I'm a bit surprised that Lukáš is out of his preparation, because he's, as we said yesterday, Lukáš is usually very well prepared.
Lukáš is very well prepared. I believe that now he tries to remember. Tries to remember what to do. I don't believe. Maybe he can be a little nervous. You know, you are last seeded in the tournament. You are clear outsider of the tournament, so it's not so easy to play any move, I have to say.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very difficult. So probably Lukáš doesn't want to make a stupid mistake.
I understand this.
Yeah?
I understand.
He's prepared to make mistakes, I think, but not stupid mistakes. So it's better to think 30 minutes and then play a move, but not to play quickly and then lose in 20 moves. It's
yes,
a bad idea.
I agree. So here we can expect some, let's say, interesting fight, some tactics, and we will see. Okay.
Last Czech participant in Challengers group is Tadeáš Krýbl, and today he's playing against Kacper Piorun. Something very sharp. Show me it from the beginning, please.
Yes, it was kings in the end with bishop g4. h3 is I don't like this move, because anyway black in some moment black
will take it on f3. Yes.
Black would like to take on f3 to increase pressure on d4 square. So and now c5. Why not?
But I have to say that Tadeáš has more than 90 minutes on his clocks. More than 90 minutes, so probably he's still in preparation, or he's just bluffing, I don't know.
And why not? Here, I think...
Knight c6 is logical move.
Normal move is logical.
It was not played?
No. c5 was played here. But knight c6...
I don't know, bishop e3.
And after bishop e3,
e5,
now e5.
And after d5, knight d4.
Knight d4.
And it should be good position for black.
Generally such positions are good for black. The knight on d4 is strong, and if black
will take, then the bishop on g7 starts to be a wild beast.
Yes, much stronger than white's one on f3. So I don't really understand why not knight c6 here.
Don't know. We can ask Kacper after the game.
Yes, we can ask. So c5 was played, and Tadeáš
played e5. So that's after black c5. Well, I will fight for center. Tadeáš's answer is I will fight for everything. I will open the position.
Tadeáš opens this diagonal.
On b7 it's hanging.
Yes. That's the idea behind this move. But now it's necessary to calculate precisely what's going on. I think maybe you can take here. Why not?
No, it seems logical. If you played c5, why not to take it? Bishop takes b7, I will take the knight. You will take on a8, probably. I'll take it where? On
e5.
Knight takes on e5.
It looks logical. Now maybe b.
No, b3 is c2 maybe, no?
C2,
show it, please.
Yes.
After
yes,
b3, I think
maybe not
tactic will work for black.
c2, and after queen c2 I can play both, maybe.
As you wish, I don't know.
But here white is better, I think, or not? Can I? No, I cannot.
Here white can be better. Okay, so let's go back. Maybe c2 was too funny and too
no, but maybe you can
optimistic.
Take here
and c4,
and then if white takes, I have c2. So it's complicated, maybe, quite complicated.
Yes, this move further is better. But it seems to me it's some kind of I don't know how to say it in any language. Some kind of mishmash. Mess. Okay, mess.
But
I don't know.
I wonder if Tadeusz is really prepared or he's only bluffing.
Maybe only chance is that Kacper Piorun played that line before.
Also, I think also knight c6 is quite possible here.
You're right.
So here
I will take it on c6. Then I will take it on c5.
Okay, knight takes.
I will take it on d6.
Here or here. Both options. On c5 or e5, both are. Maybe here
position. I don't know. I will take it on d6 now. And now something like bishop e3. Or bishop f4, I don't know.
Here maybe white is a bit better, maybe. So maybe
Well,
we will see. Maybe in this line white is better.
Okay, let's continue.
So we can switch to
games. Have left in that. So now game Jesipenko Stefansson. I have no words.
No, another mess. By the way, I faced this line on Sunday in Bundesliga. Yes, I played with black, and it was this nymph. So in the end, now black has two options: d5 or c5. In the recent games, I've played c5 stuff, but after the game, which I have played on Sunday, maybe I will switch to d5 because the positions after c5 are very, very complicated.
Castle,
e4. Now, yes, black can play d6, which is solid move, but also b5 is possible.
So something like Benke's gambit, yeah.
And now my opponent in Bundesliga played knight h3, and I answered with d6 and knight f2. We played this position, and it's complicated. Yes, all this line is complicated. So, but of course e5 is a attractive alternative. But here it's logical. Now it's real mess. Of course, white has a pawn center, but black is going to break it. So, and we will see.
And tension in the center is extremely high.
Yes, white has more space for a moment, but situation can change very soon.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. Because also black is a better developed side, so white need to at least develop something. Not
I
only
think
moving
this
with
position can be good for non-chess players. Yeah, it's quite funny with pieces in the middle and.
No, I expect big fight. It's
White Kingdom is in the center and black is on the 8th rank.
We will see, but it's very complicated. I remember that in my game, I didn't do strategic thoughts. I only calculating the lines.
No.
So it's
perfect line for computers.
Yes, it's perfect line for players who like to calculate everything.
I see. Okay, so that was 4th game of Challengers Group, and now we will go to 5th game, and it's a game Abbasov Fan Forest. We have to say that Abbasov and Fan Forest are top-seeded players in Challengers Group.
They are top-seeded.
So it's again a very important game for both of them. I really want to have success here in Prague.
Yes, so it's important game for a whole tournament. So I go through it.
So King's Indian with the G3.
But E3 move now is, let's say, not very principled, I think. Maybe usually white plays E4 in some moment, not E3.
I don't know. Or maybe I know, but I don't want to tell.
Okay, so it's a solid move.
Okay, E3 is just solid move.
Solid move. Bishop F5 is also logical. It's a perfect square for that bishop.
I think also Bishop F5 is a good line before E5. I can remember.
Yes, also you can instead of E5 you can play Bishop
instead
F5.
of E5.
Yes, B3 also logical move, and now A5. So A5 is
trying to take some space on the queen side.
Or in some lines, black can play knight b4, I think.
Maybe.
Something like this. In some line, so b4 square is under black's control after a5.
Well, what will be the plan? What will be the white plan?
White plan is, I think he will just develop the queen somewhere, put the rook on central lines, and try to.
I think we can say the same for black.
Yes, we can say the same for black.
Okay, so it's just the beginning.
Yes, it's just the beginning.
Nothing happened yet. Okay, so that was all 10 games, and we will continue after a short break.
Grischuk once described Josef Dorfman's method as clearly the best educational book about chess. It's now available as a 9-hour video series at Chess24.
What happened in this game? My opponent played like everybody. He attacked the center. And now e4. This I played many times against Polgaev, against Adrian.
The world is full of hidden beauty. Use your craft to bring beauty to life. Yours is the story of legacy, freedom, and sacrifice. Create something bigger than you to make the world a place of beauty.
welcome. We are back after the break. I welcome here again Slovak Grandmaster Igor Stol. Hi,
Thank
Igor.
you very much. Hi, Vlastimil.
And you will again help me to comment games.
Yeah. Okay. So we had a short commercial, and now we'll continue with the A tournament. We have set up the position from the game Shankland Navara. So a few moves have been made since we last looked. The typical Catalan position. With the final with the last move c5. Okay, black takes into account that the b5 square is weakened, but he wants to gain some more space. I mean, he doesn't want to put his pawns on c6, e6 and wait what white does. He wants to be slightly more active. Where did you finish off?
We
after queen c1.
Queen c1.
Okay, this is I think this is a normal theoretical position. Queen c1. Actually, I have a feeling this was recommended by Avruch. He recommended bishop f4 and queen c1, claiming that white retains a small advantage. Well, it's open to debate, of course. White is the active side, as he usually is in the opening at least, but his advantage is still rather small, and to get something more tangible out of the opening, well, we'll see in the following fight. So black played a5, which is also a standard move here, and he wants to develop his knight via a6 to b4.
To b4, yes.
Which he actually did. Here I noticed that here I think Shankland thought for quite a long time before he played. So maybe rook fc1 hasn't been played yet, but it seems to be quite a natural move. Actually, this is an important problem. Once you almost finish your development, you have to decide where to place your rooks, and this somehow influences your middle game plans. So he took some time on the decision to play rook fc1, and after a series of rather natural moves, an exchange of the bishop pair, black struck back with c5. He was unwilling to put up this passive setup with c6, e6, and he wants to fight for space, for the cost of weakening the b5 square. It's a logical reaction by white, knight b5.
But generally, if black managed to exchange his c pawn for d4 pawn, then he should
equalize, I guess.
He should equalize, more or less.
I mean, maybe gradually. We are talking about the outpost on b5 and the weakened b5 square, but we have the same mirror image that b4 square is weakened as well. Yes. So what will be important, which side will first get to attack these queenside pawns, b2, a4 or b7, a5? Well, for the moment, I think the position looks balanced, about equal. I mean, white has this maybe, white's e5 knight is more active than the f6 knight, also b5 knight is more active than the a6 knight, but okay, this is just a question of time. I mean, I can push these, at least the e5 knight, I can try to exchange it with knight d7. I can activate my a6 knight, so position is still close to equality, I would say. Okay, I'll have a look at the large monitor.
And here,
which game would you suggest we should continue with?
Maybe Anton Guijarro against Vidit looks.
Anton Guijarro against Vidit is this is the Ragozin, isn't it?
This is the Ragozin.
Yeah.
I think you You commented somewhere that game Ding Liren won in this line some important game.
Ding Liren he won with
Giri.
Yes, I don't know if I commented it, but I recall the game Ding Liren Giri. Okay, we have it here.
Yes.
So,
maybe you can explain.
Okay, when shall we start? To what position did you get during the first hour?
We stopped at move 9 d takes c4. I think.
D takes c4,
castle.
which is still highly theoretical. Bishop c4, bishop c3, rook ft8. Actually, I recall all this has been played, and I think even Vidit played it at the Olympiad in Batum in 2018, but he was white in the game somehow, I think. All these moves are known. And there were some games where black played c5 immediately and white continued d5. Queen f6, the idea is of course to get in c5 but without allowing d5. Or what happened in the game, maybe queen d to e5. Now he had to play, one would want to play here knight b7, knight c5 immediately, knight d6, but the problem is white threatens queen c3. So black has to react, otherwise he will lose the e5 pawn. So bishop d7 activates the bishop. Potentially he can even play bishop g4 and take the knight on f3, and of course he's ready to protect his pawn with rook e8 should the necessity arise to do so. So queen e3 now. The thing is that in the games that were played in which black on move, I will get back here, when black on move 17 played c5, this position he got to play e5. This is slightly different, and here he can put his knight to c5 also. I mean, he doesn't have to play a setup with c5 now anymore.
But white can transfer his knight via d2 to b3 to control c5 square also.
Yeah. So basically, black would probably, once his knight gets somewhere to d6, he would like to play c5, or before and then take the knight to d6, or after getting it to d6. I mean, knight b7 is a pretty natural move now. I wouldn't like to leave the knight. I mean, at this point, if it was white's move, he would probably consider playing c5 himself. So black, it's in black's interest to prevent it. He can play c5 also, which is a bit not so flexible. He can play knight b7 as well. And another idea is what we mentioned, to make use, play bishop g4. I mean, he can do this as well also, I guess. But after bishop g4 doesn't stop white from playing knight d2. So I don't think the exchange of the bishops is probably in white's favor. So I would probably start with knight b7.
That move
looks very logical, I would say. Yes. And then black either puts his knight himself on c5 or plays c5 and knight d6.
Yes.
He has a better bishop, and he's playing on the dark squares, on the dark square blockade. He's trying to achieve dark square blockade. I would say the position is roughly equal, but it's still full of fight. I mean, this is a position where the game will be decided later on. I mean, we are still in the opening.
Maybe
here.
better is for white not transfer his knight not to b3 but
d3.
To d3.
Starting with knight e1, let's say.
And then he has also another plan connected with f4 advance.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, that's knight e1 or knight d2, knight e1. Knight e1 also looks quite promising.
So which game should we switch to now? Which one is interesting?
Well, let's look at Duda. Let's see.
Okay, well,
Duda is the highest rated player. He's the
Absolutely.
tournament leader, and
I agree.
he's facing Hare Krishna today.
And we left it somewhere around move 6 or 7. So
Around move 6 or 7.
Somewhere
Knight
here.
c6. I saw knight f3, and at this point I briefly thought about, of course, about taking on f2. You have to consider such stuff.
Yes.
But
Is it not working?
It doesn't work. I mean, I guess it doesn't work because.
King
Okay.
goes to e1, yes.
We go to e1 simply.
And the knight is
And
later
after
trapped.
knight d3, queen b3, the knight will get trapped. So white survives this attack out of nowhere. But Hari, I was in the playing hall at that moment, and I saw Hari. He thought for about 2-3 minutes. He didn't blitz knight f3. I mean,
Yes, that would be unpleasant.
that if bishop f2 would work, then I mean he should. Then he would really probably tear out his hair or something like that.
Something like
He would really be shocked. So, but Duda, of course, didn't. He probably considered it and found very quickly that it doesn't work. So he continued this development in a straightforward fashion. b6, white castles. Now white continues b3 with the knight on d2. Of course, white would prefer to have his knight on c3. That's the most natural square. But now it's natural for white to fianchetto his bishop. And a possible alternative is to play a3 and b4, bishop b2, then place the queen maybe on b3. I don't know if would black play a5 after a3.
I don't know. Maybe difficult.
Maybe yes, maybe
yes.
difficult. I once had such a position with black against Lubomir Stachnik. I didn't play a5, and later I got under some pressure with black. I didn't solve the opening problems well.
So maybe.
So
okay.
a3 is also a possibility, but b3 is a very sound move. White fianchettos his bishop, and black doesn't want to play some hedgehog position. He just wants to keep the balance in the center. C takes d5.
So now. Yes,
Now he took with the knight. I mean, this is a natural move, but also taking with the pawn deserves some attention. The knight on d2 is not so well placed.
Not so well, but maybe Duda doesn't like to play with isolated pawns. So
well, knight takes d5 is more natural, I would say. But here something speaks for e d5,
Yes,
and
yes,
also
understand.
white doesn't have the b3 square for his knight to
Yes,
take his
knight
knight
d2
to
is
d4.
passive.
So
Yes,
the
knight
knight
d2
on d2 is rather passive.
yes.
So
Because the knight hasn't this e4 square.
So black would then play e d5, rook c8, rook e8, put the knight to e4. Black has good piece play. So
Yes.
knight takes d5 also deserves attention, let's say. What happened is e takes d5, I mean. What happened is knight d5. And now...
What is the position?
Now he played knight e4. This is if white would have now white now e4 is not very good. I mean, trying to kick the knight because knight b4 could be a problem. The knight lands to d3. This is unpleasant. But if we had played a3 earlier on, white could consider e4. It would be probably a very good move, actually.
Yes, with a3, a5 move inserted, then e4.
E4 is a good solution. Queen goes to e2, rooks come to the central file, cd. White can fight for an advantage, or is better chances for an advantage than and then now. Okay, knight d4 is also quite natural, and now knight d4. Well, white is putting his pieces on very natural, logical squares. He isn't risking anything here in this symmetrical position.
Yes.
I mean, he tries to, with small blood, so to say, so fight for a minimum advantage. And rook c8. It's also a very logical reaction.
Very logical.
So, can white somehow profit from the pressure on the diagonals. I mean, white is slightly more active, but very slightly. I mean, this is white's advantage. If there is really an advantage, it's of the type you make one or two not completely accurate moves and it just disappears. The thing is that rook c1 is a very natural move also, yes. The thing is that even if you make these inaccurate moves, you're not going to be worse, because this is a type of position. Symmetrical, there is there's no chances of pawn breaks in the near future, so...
So we will see.
Okay, I mean, black can continue, I guess, with something like queen d7, putting his pieces in the center. Both sides will have to find some suitable place for their queens and connect their rooks. Queen d7 looks like a natural continuation. I don't really want to take on d4 immediately. After queen d4, white is threatening mate. Black probably has to play f6 and
weakening his position.
Weakens his structure. Bishop h3, white is playing with some threats there. This gives white at least a slight initiative. So queen d7 looks like a reasonable move here.
And then rook fd8 and
yes.
Black is fine, I think.
Then prepare to sidestep with the queen back on e8 so that the rooks will come into play. Looks close to equality. I mean, black has probably solved his opening problems, I would say, here. Okay.
I agree. So which position?
Nikita, the French?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so let's have a look at Rager with Yugov, which is also, you were somewhere here, I guess.
Yes, maybe some moves later. Maybe after c takes d4.
CD4, knight d4. This is all theory. I'm 100% sure. Although French doesn't have my sympathies. Also, although I consider it a fully playable opening, but I've never played myself with black. And
I played it many years ago, but I don't know any theory at all now.
Well, I've been annotating games for years, so sometimes I even analyzed this line, and sometimes I helped one of my students prepare playing French with black, but still, it's different doing the work for some magazine or for someone else than taking on the responsibility and playing it myself. So I think this is also some theoretical position.
So they have exchanged black squared bishop. Usually it's in white's favor in such positions.
Yeah, should be in white's favor. On the other hand, he has this not too well placed knight on a4.
It is really awkward here now.
Because after queen c7, and of course he must meet the threat b5. So he will have to make some move with the b pawn. Some weakening move. You don't really
or c pawn, but you don't want to do this.
Yeah, not really. Yeah.
Then there is fork maybe. Then
you have a fork. So and if I play b3, then black has b5, knight c5. So b4 looks like a natural move. Okay, this doesn't say too much about the position. I mean, white, once he consolidates his setup, he still has the typical things for the French defense. He has he has more space in the center. He has a better bishop. But Nikita is an experienced French player. I recall he wrote a book about the French.
Yes.
So
we said it here. Yes.
Yeah. This is
he's an expert. Yes.
He's an expert. He's got home court advantage in the French. So b5, bishop b7, a4. And now he decided not to retain the tension and take on a4 immediately, which is, I don't know, probably it's a good decision, I would say, because if you play something like bishop c6, black will always have to reckon with white taking on b5. Maybe first playing rook a3, rook a1, doubling on the a file, then trying to open the file. And now he resolves it once and for always, I mean. Okay, he's got some weaknesses, but he's got also some play connected with a5.
Yes, and also sometimes the pawn on c3 could be weak sometimes.
Yes.
Yes, but a5 is more
so
strategic.
I somehow feel that probably white should maybe take with the knight, so that after a5 I play b5 and black doesn't go knight c5 or knight b6.
Yes, then knight is well placed on a4 for the moment.
Well, I mean, white's knight was always a problem, so rook takes a4 looks more natural from the point of view if we get enough time to play rook fa1. But black is almost sure to play a5 after rook a4. Okay, let's try rook a4.
Yes.
a5. Well, then after b5, knight b6 or knight c5, I'm pretty sure black is okay. I would say.
Yes, now a5 move is good. Yes, we can play it.
The thing is, if white can't somehow try to play for the endgame, rook a1, exchange all the rooks and stuff like that.
You mean exchange everything?
Yes, and queen c1, I still have king f2. It's not an immediate tactical problem, I hope. And cb4, and I'm trying to say something like that. My fantastic passed pawn. Once everything is exchanged, I will win some bishop endgame or something like that. But of course, there are still other pieces on the board. I mean, black can have also active counterplay. At some point, he can play f6, let's say. So it's not so simple, definitely. Black has counterplay here. So maybe this is a hypothetical line. So maybe white he has taken on a4 with the rook.
With the rook. So
with the rook after all. So we were in the right direction then. He didn't take with the knight. Well, I mean, he's opening the a file not for his knight, for his rook. So it makes some sense, of course. After knight takes a4, he would have to free the a file anyway. I mean, the knight is not forever on a4. A5 seems to me so natural. Well, I mean,
not only move, but
we can play rook fc8 maybe. Does it bring us anything positive?
This is alternative. Sorry, this is alternative.
This might be even better actually.
Maybe you are right.
Attacking the pawn and then play a5. And another idea is playing f6, but that might be too much. White can maybe have bishop g4 or something like that. At this point, I'm playing f6.
I understand.
Not ideal. I don't know. Well, Nimzovich was very strongly against it. You should attack the pawn, the basis of the pawn chain. But nowadays people are not so dogmatic. Sometimes you attack the basis, sometimes you attack the head. Whatever works.
Also f6 is possible.
f6, I mean...
Also it's an
now I think Nikita will think for a while. I mean, it's... f6 I don't know, but rook fc8 and a5 all both deserve attention, and he will have to try to decide between these two moves. Okay.
So maybe we can switch to another game, maybe.
Okay, we haven't had a look at
Grandelius game.
At Grandelius Firuza, which I will the reason will tell you the reason immediately. This is the infamous Berlin defense. I've lost my mouse pointer once again. Okay, found it, and it has disappeared again.
I will try it. I will help you.
Yeah, try to go to. Oh,
so
perfect.
Here
so try to get to a position where you stopped.
We stopped
around 92.
I think somewhere here. Somewhere here.
Okay, so
yes.
this is
Typical
Berlin position. Looks like the exchange French or Petrov Russian game. Very symmetrical. White's advantage is absolutely minimum, and he's trying to get something from the position without any risk. So what went on is okay, he developed his bishop, and now after knight f5 he gave up his strong bishop to win some time. h3 seems queen e3 seems more logical to me somehow, but okay. I mean, white is also not going to penetrate via the e file. I mean, all the squares are well protected, so I don't really believe. And Firisha plays queen e7, and now he's already prepared to oppose on the e file. So the position looks very much equal to me.
Yes, drawish, maybe we can say.
Drawish, yes. After rook e8, well, probably white should resign himself to taking the bishop on e4, I would say, and not trying to.
There is
There's not much play. I mean, yes, this is really a symmetrical position. We've had in the other games we've had equal positions, but this one is more equal, as they say in Animal Farm. All the animals are equal, and some are more equal.
So
this
position
is more equal than most of the other equal positions which we saw. Yes, exactly.
Yes. There is difficult to imagine another result than draw. Yes.
Yeah, I mean it's very difficult to create some interesting play in this position, which of course from a theoretical, from Black's point of view, is satisfactory, of course. Okay, I think shall we have a look at the challengers games maybe?
Yes, at challengers. So which game looks
most interesting?
Maybe this Jesipenko Stefansson.
Jesipenko Stefansson is this. Yes, this is F3 Nimzo Indian, very sharp position.
Very sharp.
Of course, this doesn't mean this also might end a draw, but there is everything in. Did you look at this game also?
Yes.
Where do we go from here?
No, from move 9, I think.
From move 9.
Yes. Here we left it.
This is also some theory, I'm pretty sure. I have this feeling, and I would say that Black used to take on d5 first, and after cd5 play something like, I don't know, c4 or bishop or knight c7 or so.
Right. Yes.
But this was something like the established theory. And now
some move, maybe even knight c7,
maybe knight c7, which threatens to take on e5 and d5. Then this seems to me to have been the line which has been played already. D takes e5 takes it out of my theoretical book, let's say, and knight d7 as well. Okay, well, maybe Jesipenko is faced with the same problem. So bishop g5 looks very natural, and Black doesn't want to play f6. I can understand that. Might be a problem with taking on e6, of course, and then some queen d5 or so. So he plays queen a5, and a bishop e7 is too much, simply. I mean, this doesn't look too good, winning the exchange in such a fashion. So it's much more natural to play queen c2, cd5, ed5.
No, it's complicated.
Yeah, it's a complex position.
Very complex position.
Okay, well, White has these fantastic center pawns, but okay, I mean, if White's bishop would be on d3 and he would have castled, we would say White is winning. But time is a factor, so Black now can break open the center. He can play f6. He can maybe attack the d5 pawn.
Many options, yes.
There's more than one option, of course.
Which color would you prefer here, Igor? None.
Yes, I liked. I'll be 56 this year. I liked the game Grandelius Firuja. This was my sort of position, without too many exertions or so. No, I don't know. Actually,
maybe I'm also on the way to your attitude.
Well, I mean, mostly chess players like to control what's going on the board. They like to know how to the evaluation of the position, but there are some guys who like to lose control. Shirov is a guy like this. I mean, he never cared so much what was the position like. He didn't mind not knowing. I mean, he just went for a complex position because he believed himself that he's going to outplay his opponent in the rising complications. And in his best form, he managed to do it quite often, of course.
No,
I don't know. F6 looks like quite a natural move to me. I mean,
yes.
If
yes, F6 looks natural.
F6 looks natural because for the time being, Black has already castled. He has a slight lead in development, so why not open the position? And after E takes F6, I take with the E8 knight, which looks looks even more natural. I want to play Rook E8 check. So White will think twice about, let's say, developing his bishop to D3.
Somehow I don't like taking on F6 now because
I don't think definitely. I would prefer playing something else.
Something else, some other move.
Yeah.
But which
maybe even sacrificing a pawn rather than allowing this.
Maybe even I can sacrifice in some line the bishop on G5 and then take with knight and threaten.
Maybe directly bishop D3. I mean, we are not playing the games ourselves, so let's sacrifice our players' pieces. Commentators are sacrificing without any responsibility, of course. Bishop D3.
But now we cannot checkmate him on H7.
We can't checkmate him on H7
because in the line, but still it's interesting. If Black takes on G5, Knight takes G5, H6.
Does he have to play H6? That's the question. Of course, maybe he can take on E5 as well.
Also, yes, also.
Well, okay, maybe.
So maybe some other move here, maybe long. Castle long or no? It's.
That's extremely risky, of course, and double-edged.
But
okay, the whole position is very complex.
It's risky for both sides. Yeah. I think White cannot stop.
Okay,
cannot be afraid from risk now. I think.
I have an idea of not sacrificing anything, of playing bishop d2, and then White is ready to take on b5, for example.
Yes, that's a solid solution. Solid solution is bishop d2.
But of course, Black is not going to take with the pawn on e5. He's probably going to take with the knight to get out his pieces as soon as possible. So I don't know. It's really a sharp position.
Very sharp. Very sharp. We can expect
I would expect f6. I mean, f6 looks like the most natural move in the position.
And we can expect in whole, I think, interesting game. Yes.
Yeah, this is a very, very complex position.
So we can switch to maybe to Tadeusz.
Kribel is black. Yes.
Kribel is white against.
He's white against Piorun.
So
okay, I'm looking for the game.
Here is it. Yes.
We have material imbalance. You finished somewhere around h3. You told
a5. After e5.
e5.
Sorry, e5. E5. And actually, it happened what we expected.
Okay, so black sacrificed the
exchange.
Also and okay, if Black plays knight, is knight c6 that bad? It's also playable. Probably.
Yes, also playable. We were.
But okay, c takes d4 is interesting. I mean. Well, White is forced, of course, to take on b7. He can hardly play anything else. He took the exchange, and now Black has a pawn for the exchange, and he has a compact, solid position.
And instead of b takes c3, we were talking about b3, but b takes c3 looks more logical.
Yeah, well, it's of course if you would guarantee me that I would take the pawn on c3 without any negative consequences, then I would play b3.
Yes.
But it's
There is no guarantee.
There is no guarantee. I can't really be sure of that.
Yeah, so from that point, b takes c3 is
Okay,
more logical.
b3 is a sort of practical decision.
Yes.
I mean,
This
playing
pawn
it
could be
sensible.
very dangerous
Yes,
later.
yes.
So now
Rook b1 is also quite natural, putting the rook on the open file. Okay, the c3 pawn, he can't take it because of some fork.
Yes,
Queen
queen
d3 or something like that. So knight d7, he develops. And now knight b6, and white played bishop g5. So at this point, black can take a second pawn. Should we go for this or no?
pawn is pawn.
Pawn is a pawn. I
Yes.
mean, I feel tempted. I said,
Yeah, also.
I told it yesterday. I'm a materialist. Oh well, it's not only it's an important pawn,
It's
of
an
course,
important pawn.
because in the following phase of the game, the d pawn becomes a passed pawn. I mean, the two pawns black has for the exchange may start moving forward. E6, d5. Of course, not immediately. It will take some time.
Maybe we can try it. So
Okay, let's try bishop.
let's try
Okay.
it.
Well,
Let's try it.
what's
Let's
White's
try it.
idea actually? I mean, what does he want to play here?
I don't know.
Rook b3, rook e3, bishop h6. I'm sort of wondering. Well, two pawns for an exchange. This is material equality, but basically. Here we have a middle game. Black's pawns, central pawns, can get moving, and I don't see any perspective. I mean, white has two rooks, black only one, but I don't see any open files where the extra white rook
Yes,
can
it's
be
difficult to find some objects for white pieces, for some target.
Can I attack a7? Can I attack? I can attack e7, but not immediately, and e7 is easily protected.
Yes. Even
bishop
a bit.
f6
Bishop
simply,
F6.
or so. Why not?
Why not? Yes.
So
This
bishop takes
central
c3 seems very logical to me. I mean,
I don't like this bishop g5.
well, I mean, but okay, but if we don't, should he play? Well, if he plays c4, then I play e6 and take the pawn anyway, I guess. But okay, then.
Is it that simple?
It's not that simple. Maybe queen c7 is better. Well, you still still run a risk of losing the c pawn anyway. I mean, so he thought, okay,
so I understand.
activity anyway. I will play it active.
Maybe Tadeusz decided to sacrifice it immediately.
Yes.
So considering this c3 pawn is lost anyway.
Yes, maybe. Yeah.
No, black is thinking. So bishop c3 is not.
Bishop c3 hasn't played yet. Bishop c3. So what can he? I would go to f6 anyway. I guess if after rook c1, what's more natural, rook c1 or rook b3?
No, the black position is
Well, this is very solid, compact,
solid,
sort
yes.
of. I mean, so.
And in long term, I think it could be dangerous for white. These central pawns.
Yes, sure.
If
maybe
they go forward,
maybe queen b3 is
maybe
better move to somehow toying with some idea. Okay, if you go somewhere the bishop, I will play then bishop h6. You will have to swap the bishops, and then I will try to play on the c file somehow.
Okay, so we can try it.
But I'm not so sure white is really better here. Bishop f6 will.
Bishop f6 or which move?
Or bishop g7, I don't know.
Maybe bishop g7, maybe rook e1.
Yes, that's rook e1. Okay,
and then
so
it's difficult to defend it.
Yes.
Or I can play
knight f6, so which I don't know if I want really. Of course, I would like to play e6 d5.
e6 d5, yes.
As soon as possible.
From that point, bishop f6 looks more natural. And e6 is coming.
e6 is coming.
So we will see. So, but Björn is thinking. He's
still thinking. I mean, we are just analyzing this, and he's still hasn't taken on c3.
So maybe, Igor, I think we can switch to another game. I would suggest Chernoshek's game.
Chernoshek's game is interesting, yes. This is some Scotch.
So we saw when Black took on e4, we left it there.
Okay, so Black didn't play this line with d5, which is pretty much standard, and he instead of he took on e4. Okay, so well, he's a pawn up, but he's weakened his king side.
So he didn't, because we expected
Queen h5.
Queen h5, but he played f4 immediately instead of this.
Well, it's also quite a natural move. I mean, if Black is allowed to consolidate, then he'll be justified. He will justify his taking the central pawn.
Yes, yes. Of course, White can start with f4. Yes, because Queen h5, Queen h5, Queen f6 is only.
Black actually. Okay, let's move on with the game. I suspect all these moves are quite natural. Black quickly returned the extra pawn.
So
he didn't. Well, now Queen f6 is not possible anymore here.
But
so.
if White
Should Black play g4 here? Nah, I don't think so. That's f5. That's already in g4. h6 is hanging.
And if White Igor here, if
after f4.
No, I mean instead of f4, if I play Queen h5 first.
Queen h5 first.
Because in the game, Black answered after.
And he got his bishop out.
Yes, and now.
Okay, but let's say good. Okay, I'll play Queen f6, same stuff. And now, can I play Queen g6?
Yes, you can. Okay, so
which of course White probably wins the pawn back. I exchange queens, take on g5, then on c7. But somehow, I don't think he has the advantage here.
Okay, I think we can continue. We can.
Yeah, well, Queen h5 definitely. These are two alternatives. Probably one of them is maybe better than the other one, but Chernoshek decided to play f4. And it's the plan is the same, because after d6 he played Queen h5, of course. So White's play for the sacrificed pawn is against Black's king side. But here Black got to developing his pieces. I mean, he practically forced White to exchange queens. Now, on the other hand, now material is equal. If now and White played rook b1, he went to the open file. Now bishop d3, c takes d3. I think White would be pleased with this.
I mean, of course,
because he gets rid of the isolated double pawn and things like that. So Black controls the open file, which is more natural. White activates his rook. Once again, he wants to undouble the pawn. He would welcome rook takes b4, c takes b4, and on the he has of course also the idea to take on g6 and play rook g4. So knight e4. All these moves are pretty logical now. Now it's White's thinking. It's White's move here.
No, it's interesting position, because if even White can easily get worse position, I think, worse ending.
Yeah.
Because it's
well, okay. White's pawn structure is still inferior, I would say.
Yes, I agree.
He still has the worst pawns, and he's trying to compensate it with active play, of course.
And knight on e4 is very strong. So e4 square is important for black pieces.
Yeah, and okay, I don't know if Black wants to take on c3 at this moment. Maybe not. But bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Black is an easy game after that. Black's idea is, apart from attacking the c3 pawn, Black's idea is to play c5 probably to chase the rook away.
It's not easy, I think. Quite interesting position.
Is it possible for me to somehow force some decision on the b file to play rook fb1? But then I will end with Black can take on b4, and after cb4 he will take on g3. I'll have these doubled pawns on the king side, which also isn't ideal. Well, Black has no problems, I would say.
Yes, I also.
Black's pieces are sufficiently active. The weakened king side is not a factor with the queens off the board, and he can be satisfied with this position. I would
all
say.
Black's pieces are well placed, I think.
Yes.
And
I don't see. Okay, white has the bishop pair, but the bishop pairs have no real targets, and Black's pieces have the central outpost. The knights on e4 is impressive. So Black's no problems.
I agree.
And he might have even ambitions later on. Well, we'll see.
We will see. So maybe we can switch to
Van against Krejci.
Yes, one against Krejci. Yes, I agree.
Van against Krejci.
Yes.
This is the same line as has been played in Shankland Navarra. Only here, instead of Shankland's bishop f4, Van played bishop g5, which is also played very often, and maybe even more often than bishop f4. Knight bd7, I think this is the current fashion. Black doesn't always have to play a5 and knight a6, knight b4. He can develop in a straightforward manner like this as well. h6, okay. And here he decided to play it radically. He went for the opposite colored bishops.
Yes, threat was e4,
so he didn't want to allow e4. Now he played c6. Position structurally, the position is like a Slav defense
like
for
a Slav,
Black.
and very
tough,
solid.
very solid. But okay, at this point, Black probably, if it was Black's move, he would play a5 himself. White plays a5. It's also a bit double-edged because the pawn can be an object for the dark squared bishop. But White gains more space. If he gets a chance, he might play b4. Black prevented b4 in any case. e3, rook d8. Well, White's plan is somehow gradually to expand
even on the
queen side, the king side, maybe more on the king side, because the queen side is blockaded more or less. You have no opportunity for pawn break. I mean b4 and what
b4
then?
and pawn put the knight
Still it's a slightly knight a4 now. I don't know if rook d7 was ideal. White is slightly better here.
White is slightly better, but it's
I mean still far from anything concrete, but slightly more pleasant for White.
But there is almost no danger for White.
Exactly. I mean, I once saw White lose a position of this type. Was game of Elianov against Mickey Adams, but Elianov played the game brilliantly. He outplayed Mickey Adams, and then he miscalculated tactically somehow. So this position gives White the better prospects in a long strategic fight, I would say.
Okay, Igor, I think we can now make a short break again.
Okay, we make a break now. Okay. For a few minutes.
And we will be back in 2 minutes.
Welcome back after a short break. We are back again, and we should go quite faster during our games because one game has already ended. So it was game Abbasov Fan Forest.
We haven't seen it in the last hour. It's the game of the highest rated players in the Challengers tournament. Abbasov was playing with white, but he didn't get absolutely any advantage against Fan Forest. And I think you left it somewhere around here.
Yes.
We'll just fly through the moves. I mean, Black really very effectively solved all his opening problems. He simplified the position. He had absolutely no problems at all here. Maybe
from my point of view, in this position, maybe Black is better.
Yes, I mean, Black was the one who is already fighting for the initiative.
Who has the upper hand.
Yes, yes, he was maybe slightly better. So White decided really to equalize to somehow pull the safety brake and practically force a draw. So they liquidated everything and simplified into a totally drawn rook endgame. So after a few moves, I don't know if there is
because of Sofia rule. I'm
is there a 30-move rule in this tournament?
I don't know, but it's not problem in such a position to make, for example, 20 moves. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I mean, so after 30 moves, they agreed on a draw in a dead drawn position.
Absolutely dead. So
where do
and
we
now
go
I
on?
think we should move to game Hare Krishna Duda until it is played.
Hare Krishna Duda also looks rather equal. And there's not so much going on here. We left it at this point, and we suggested that Black should play Queen D7, which happened as well. And White didn't really show too much drive or initiative. He continued simplifying the position, and of course now Black has no problems whatsoever here.
Again, it's I think very similar as the game Fan Forest Abbasov.
Yes, pieces started disappearing from the board.
After 20 moves, only a few pieces left on the board. And
okay, now the bishop is pinned on
d5
on d2. If it would be Black's move, he would win with bishop b4. But White can play, let's say, e3, and then the d1 rook is protected.
I think also King f1 is move.
King f1, King e1 as well is
absolutely no problem. Again, disappearing more pieces from the board, and
King f1 is also. I mean, in the end game, the king shouldn't be afraid to centralize to enter the fight. So this looks pretty drawish, very symmetrical, very drawish.
I think we will not return to this game anymore.
It's quite possible that it will be finished by the time.
Okay, another game I think which will finish very quickly in draw is Shankland-Navarra.
Shankland-Navarra, in which Navarra, his last move. Okay, Shankland replied already. We had the position after Queen d5 check.
I'm sorry. Maybe
we have
to do something.
We have a small technical problem which we'll resolve quickly.
I'm sorry. So I'm sorry now, I hope it will be everything okay now, in this moment, or not? Yes, now it's okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
So, a little disconnection for a moment. But okay, Schenkland Navarra.
Schenkland Navarra, after queen d5, white went for the queen exchange, and this takes even more tension out of the position. So David forced
Isolated pawn.
Isolated pawn, but of course the knight on b5 protects the pawn very reliably.
Yeah, if the position would be without all knights, then black is better. And
Yes,
black has
yes.
chances to do something.
Black has chances to create some pressure
But
against
with
the
knights,
isolated
I
pawn.
think no real chance is here.
So why black is concentrating his forces, his major pieces, his rooks on the d file, and white counters by play on the c file. Now already here he could have probably played rook c2, knight b4, rook c1, repeated moves, but he played rook d1, and black returned with his knight quite naturally. Rook dc1, e5.
And e5, it's
okay,
move.
he gets rid of the isolated pawn, but opens up the position for his rooks.
And it will be absolutely symmetric and
yes. Rook c8, ed4. This is the position.
ed4.
So
I missed
black
something.
has an extra pawn for the time being.
For two moves, because now he will take on d8 and then on d4.
Yes, and he can take back on d4.
And he will take it on d4 immediately.
Which looks pretty much equal.
Again,
okay, white's only advantage is his king is slightly closer to the center.
But it's
I
not
somehow
nothing real.
I don't think this is enough for anything, for any realistic advantage.
So we have started with 3 drawish games. So now maybe we can change to something
more exciting.
More exciting, yes. Let's say Jesipenko Stefansson.
Yes, we mentioned this is going to be an exciting game, and it's really forming up quite promisingly. We left it at this point, and we suggested that f6 is the most natural move, which Stefansson played. It's really natural to try to liberate his pieces and open
break
the
the
position.
white center.
And we didn't like taking on f6, and Jesipenko in fact didn't take. He preferred sacrificing a pawn and not letting black's pieces out immediately. Stefansson took with the knight to have a chance to develop his bishop.
Well, taking the pawn is also developing the knight.
Yeah. And now bishop d3.
And now
also
h7
very natural. h7 is hanging. Knight f6 is also
interesting move, because now white can calculate bishop takes f6 and take then on h7.
I don't
But
know
of course
that, but then he
with
would be
king
forced to castle queenside after that,
so
or leave his king in the center, which both is quite risky, I would say.
So I think it was very good move to make castle, and it
So he preferred castling. He simply castled, and now white has sacrificed a pawn, but he has a lead in development. This still remains a threat. Bishop f6, bishop h7.
I think now, by my point, logically seems to me to take it on c3, the knight.
Okay, we don't exchange queens. We keep
and
the
then
queens on
try
the
to
board.
play something like e4.
Something
Return
like e4.
back this pawn, because I don't like to play h6. I would like to play g6. Because if I would play g6, probably white will take it on g6
No,
immediately.
g6, your knight is hanging on f6, wait.
Oh, well, yes.
That's
but
not
also on
possible.
g6
Yes.
is hanging. Everything is hanging. G6 is just
G6
nonsense.
G6
and
is something I want to avoid.
h6 is also
H6
extremely dangerous because
big
of
holes on light squares.
So that's the reason why I would like to play e4. To give this pawn back and try to exchange this very dangerous bishop.
If white takes on e4,
then I will take it with knight if it is possible.
I will
now
flick in the exchange, and
but
then
now
queen
maybe
e4.
you will take it on f8, yes, and I'm one tempo down.
This is dangerous for black.
This is extremely dangerous.
This is dangerous.
I have to change
now
it.
black. Okay, c4 has happened,
was played.
which is logical, actually. c4 is a natural move.
It's the same idea about the better.
Okay, he's trying to
version.
force some decision from the bishop.
If there's some trick. Okay, but now I can play bishop e4 maybe.
Or bishop f5.
No.
Bishop e4. I don't
because
want
I would
to
like to
develop
take it
the
on
bishop.
f6 and then on h7. I still had this thread.
Still this idea.
This thread is the same. And now after taking on e4, I would like to take it again on f8 immediately. And then I will take it on e4, maybe with queen, maybe with knight. And again, I think black king can be in some danger.
Well, I can take with the bishop on f8, which now I have. This is. The rook takes f6 happened actually. So let's follow the game.
Rook takes f6.
So he's in a pretty
Attacking
aggressive
mood.
mood, and he sacrifices in exchange directly. Of course, this is all this is caused by the fact that rook a8, bishop c8 haven't joined the fight yet, and white's pieces are better developed. His only piece which is not yet taking part is the rook on a1.
I will like to not to take it because
then black white takes on okay. I take on f8,
and now I will take it with bishop. And what next?
Well, I suppose white wants to take on d3. This looks very natural.
How to evaluate this position? Because now black has two bishop pair.
Okay, but still, black must somehow finish its development.
But now
I would say
d6
d6 is not really a threat because queen b6 check. It's black's move. I mean, I would suggest to play b4, I guess.
Maybe b4. Maybe I'm thinking about queen b6.
Queen b6.
And
first.
if you will not play bishop f2, I would like to play queen d4. Just aiming to
attacking
the
bishop. Yes.
But of course, you can play bishop f2 and then take it on b5.
Maybe that's one thing. Well, you have bishop c5 after bishop f2.
Also move.
But okay, then I play king h1, and the knight comes to e4 with tempo. And maybe I should play king h1 directly. If you play queen d4, I swap and take on b5. I just win a pawn. That's why I would probably prefer playing b4.
But after b4, the knight will
go to e4.
And then bishop b7, knight g5.
Knight g5. Okay, I have some queen b6, queen g6 in worst case scenario. So.
But I have to say
white has some initiative, but it's not so clear.
It can be.
Black. I mean, it all depends if white can somehow get his d5 pawn moving, or if the d5 pawn gets further and is joined by the queen on d5 or knight via d5, then black might have problems. If no, then. Even if black, for example, loses one pawn somewhere on e5 or something, and black with the bishop pair should be able to be fine.
Yes.
So
okay,
it's a tense position. I think he won't take the exchange. I mean, g takes f6, bishop takes h7, followed by then queen g6. This looks very dangerous.
We have still this position, so black is still
is still
if it is possible to take it on f6, but I think it's extremely risky. But maybe no. I would not take it on f6. But why not to calculate when you have time? By the way, I have to say that Hare Krishna Duda, as was told,
Hare Krishna Duda was drawn. There were further piece exchanges without any change.
Probably game Chernovshek-Bartel.
Chernovshek-Bartel is getting
already.
interesting.
I'm not sure.
No, I don't.
Not
think
yet. So maybe I have some mistake here.
But okay, maybe we can look at Chernovsky part.
We can, of course.
Why not?
Last time it was...
we were move 19, knight e4,
yes,
and we
e4.
sort of liked Black's position.
Yes.
And I said something like, I mentioned this move bishop e1, and I thought Black was going to play c5, but he played a5. He wants to fight for the b file, and White gave the b file, maybe not so willingly, but he did it anyway and played c4, attacking the pawn. So he tried to activate his pieces like this, and now rook b2. Well, I think it's still the truth is that Black has no problems at all.
But I think White should
White should be careful.
Well, rook a1.
Rook a1.
And then I will try to take it on the c7.
Okay, and I have to do something with the c7 pawn.
I'm not so optimistic.
But don't we? Yeah, but then we have a chance to play after bishop takes c7. We can play knight c3 and do something with the take the a2 pawn. But let me see, what can I do after? So rook a1.
Well,
yeah,
why not?
Rook a1 looks logical, of course. He attacked the pawn, I defend the pawn.
And rook on f1 had no meaning. Now I can activate my king if I want via f1 and e2 somehow. I think the position.
Okay,
is
it's probably
equal.
not. Yes. I probably I overestimated Black's position. It's not so. It's a normal position for White. Well, Black is hardly worse. I mean, he can move his rook back to b7 if he's too afraid. And well, with the bishop pair, White should be able to hold it somehow. To hold it somehow. Yes, he's not really worse.
Okay, let's move on. I think now by my point of view, game in Nguyen Krejci can be very interesting.
Nguyen Krejci.
Because I think Krejci is under big pressure.
Yeah, we have this position we mentioned, and we said that white is slightly better.
But there was some move, rook d7, and maybe it was not so good move.
We were rook d7. I didn't like it either. Rook d7. It's not so clear what he's trying to achieve. I mean, if he wants to play e5,
so play e5.
So play e5. It's probably not ideal. I mean, but okay.
Maybe queen b4 or some
also
exchanges.
Queen b4.
Why not?
I mean, I hardly think he would allow a queen exchange, because this takes most of the tension out of the position.
Then queen on e2 is
knight a4. Okay, so he went back, and now queen b3, and he's, of course, White with the opposite colored bishop c is not willing to exchange knights. So he played knight c4. Okay, Black maneuvered his knight to a secure outpost, but White just proceeds.
I think you were talking about something.
Yes, we
make
spoke
pressure
about
on the king's side.
Yes, somehow
later.
by advancing the pawns, then creating some battery on the b1 h7 diagonal. Well, White is still slightly better. It's very difficult for Black to create something, and he must be prepared for White slowly improving his position.
Maybe now knight b6, knight c8.
Maybe now I don't know if maybe this is a position where I already should. I shouldn't be worried about exchanging the knights.
But why to exchange? Why to change?
Black
is under pressure.
After knight c8, I go to a4 already.
I would like to go here because also c5
is
a very interesting square. And again, your idea to make on this diagonal some battery, I think it can be extremely dangerous for Black.
Yes, I agree.
He has no natural
no, he
defenders.
doesn't have to exchange the knights, so it's better to keep them on the board.
It's very unpleasant position for black, I think.
Yeah,
because he has no real.
I mean, his counterplay should be something connected with e5 maybe, but this is double-edged, of course. E5, and this is a moment where white should already take on e5, I guess, because after d5, e4,
well, the
black
melody of the game will change immediately.
Yes,
after e5.
yes. I mean, knight c8 is extremely passive. The position is like this, yes?
Yeah, I think
white
yes.
is thinking if he should allow the knight exchange. I think no, I agree completely. I think he should retain the knights. And after knight b6, okay, this is the move I mentioned.
Why?
But of course, white can continue rook d2, simply trying to build up some pressure. It's also, I don't think this solves all black's problems.
For example, now if knight will move from d6, I will do fork on d7.
Yes, exactly. You have knight d7. So if black plays queen c7, for example, then white has knight d5.
Still, he has no real counterplay.
Yeah.
Also very.
So white here, he retains some pressure. I mean, maybe it's not much. But this is why they play the Catalan, not to risk too much and
I think for human it's very unpleasant to play with black.
Force the opponent to defend accurately.
Yes. Okay, let's go on. Let's say Grandelius Firuza.
Grandelius Firuza. This was this.
Because now I think that white has.
White caught something, yes. So
we
somehow.
Something happened.
We with Vlastimir we said that this is almost surely a draw.
But no.
Well, not quite, of course. I mean, this was the position where he left. And
this is the kind of position where bishop pair
doesn't play a major role. Yes. So maybe I don't know. Maybe this is well. In any case, black doesn't really want to play something like bishop g7. Not here, and not one move earlier. The bishop exchange is
because he will lose
for white.
His advantage of bishop pair.
Yes.
And only weak black squares will remain.
Yes. So he decided to retreat, full-scale retreat now. White advanced, g4, bishop e6, rook e1, okay. Bishop f6, b6. So, white's pieces are threatening on the dark squares. Still, I mean, queen h6 is not decisive because of bishop f8. But I have a sort of uneasy feeling here. h4, h5, maybe.
Open
yes,
h5.
Yes, something like this. Yes.
Then many
ideas can work. Yes, which don't work.
No.
So this
black must.
Okay, in black play something like c5. Yes, sure.
Maybe bc.
Okay.
And now I'll try to continue.
Well, still the pieces hanging around black's king are unpleasant.
Unpleasant, man.
Here I feel after h4, I think he is reasonably good attacking chances.
Yes, so
black must defend accurately. I mean,
few more moves. Let's say
okay.
CD, yes.
Okay.
And now something like rook b8.
Rook b8, you say.
Try to activate pieces. Queen side. And now white must find some kind of checkmate.
Okay, let's say queen g5. Or is it too much? That's queen c3. Well, on the other hand, the queen side is wide open, and black's major pieces are over there. So
queen c2.
Protecting
g6 and trying
preparing
to
rook
do
b2,
some rook b1 or something.
Yes, rook b2,
rook b2
b1.
of course. It's not so easy to.
No, it's not.
break
It's
in.
not simple. I mean, it's not made directly, and in this position now white could take on
But
g6.
but maybe but
Twice.
rook b1 there is also there is yes there's intermediate
take
check
twice on g6, I guess.
So now it
Knight
works
takes g6. Yes.
because now on e6 it's hanging. Yeah. Probably yes. And also,
Well,
I'm
it's
thinking,
also
well,
not
I'm
100%
sorry,
sure, but
my mistake. Also, queen h6 we're working on because
Okay,
on
queen h6, yes. Queen h6.
on h8 is also.
No,
checkmate.
this is
I
very
forgot.
powerful. Yeah, black should take fg6, but then knight g6 is strong as well because the bishop is hanging.
Yes, but the plan with pushing h pawn.
Plan with pushing h pawn is dangerous. I mean, black has to defend concretely.
Yes.
He can't at this point. Queen h6, bishop f8 doesn't achieve much, but white is trying to create such circumstances in which h4 has been played already.
Yes,
H4
h4 has been played already, and
and
c5
c5 as well.
BC as
c5
well.
BC as well. Okay,
As
so
well.
this is the position.
And I have to say that Firouzja has only 19 minutes against 43 minutes of Grandelius.
Yeah.
Can
Okay.
we-
On the other hand, it's
Nine
nine
moves.
moves. I mean, so basically he has like 25 minutes for 9 moves. It's not really time trouble. But Grandelius has the initiative on the clock and also in the position, so it's pleasant to play. More pleasant to play for white.
So Firouzja is in danger.
So
Definitely.
let's see what's going on in the other games.
Well, let's go to game.
Giharo Vidit, let's say.
Giharo Vidit, okay.
Not
but
so.
I think nothing happened in last 1 hour. And what about Kribl Pioron?
Kribl Pioron.
Kribl Pioron in challengers group. I think it's interesting position.
Or Ragar Vityugov if we want to stay in the Masters. We haven't seen this for quite some time, and
let's go to Ragar Vityugov.
Ragar Vityugov looks really interesting. I mean, this looks like a sharp position. We left it at this point when Nikita really played Rook Fc8. He didn't play A5 immediately, and now he pushed A5, B5. Well, it's an unclear position. I mean, both the A5 pawn can be weak, but the B5 pawn is still not going anywhere. Somehow black is still controlling it. So what happened is
it's a very double-edged position.
Rook B8, and now white tries to get rid of the powerful black knight. And the knight jumps in the center. Now B6, I guess.
Now white must calculate knight B6, knight takes C3.
Yeah, this doesn't seem to work for white.
And can white prepare it? Bishop D3, for example.
Bishop D3 happened. We have this position.
I see.
So what's going on here? Yeah, could be that black is in trouble. I mean, because the A5 pawn is firmly blockaded and can fall shortly.
No, I would like to now play. I think knight B6 is threat, and then take it on A5.
White also has such an idea as playing C4, let's say.
C4 and take the knight on E4.
Yeah. Various stuff. So it's like the A5 pawn is more weak than the C3 pawn.
And how to improve black's position?
Yes. Well, black, as always, this is typical for French. Black's light squared bishop is a poor piece. And
French
here it has only one square on
French
A8.
can be played only by masochistic players.
Nah, but real experts. I mean, I think Nikita qualifies, but okay, maybe he just something. Maybe he misjudged something somewhere. Maybe we are over optimistic for White. That's quite possible as well.
Yes, of course.
But I think he's struggling here. He's struggling for his life.
What does Black need? Exchange queens, exchange bishops, of course. It would be perfect.
Ideal, yes.
But it's
or
not
somehow
possible.
open the diagonal for the bishop.
Sacrifice the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
Can I play knight c5 back?
I thought about this as well, actually. Well, if you go to the end game, I can probably take on a5, but I'm not in such a hurry. I'll exchange everything and play king f2, simply.
And then
I will
rook
take
dc8.
on rook dc8. Okay, now I play, let's say, king e3.
And if I will take it on c3,
let's make the moves. Yes, of course. That's the best way.
Thanks. Now
king f2, I suggested, yes. Rook c8.
Maybe rook c8.
Okay.
King e3,
king
maybe,
e3.
yes. And I will try to take it, show something.
Okay, I will exchange rooks and
one rook, yes.
One rook and
then
maybe
you will take it on a5.
Maybe king d4. I mean, maybe king d4 and then rook a5, or maybe rook a5 immediately. Well, white is better here
because now the b pawn
now
is
it's really this is what we were dreaming about, the bishop endgame with the better bishop.
Yeah.
Bishop endgame. Black still
weird bishop.
Yes, the bad bishop is a bad bishop. It's not so easy to get rid of it. So after
I would not call it bad bishop, because if the d5 pawn would disappear, then it will be a very good bishop. But I think it's weird bishop.
Yeah, well, bishop potential, but potentially it can be strong. But okay.
Now in this position, can I have some chance to play d4 or something like that?
d4.
But
I just take on d4.
It's without pawn. Just simple. No. So it's not so good. So black played h6.
h6 happened. Okay, he's just waiting for white to show his hand. Well, I mean, worst case we can play knight b6 and take on a5. I mean, and so
or your idea c4.
Or the c4 idea. Well, white is the one with the initiative here. This is pretty clear somehow.
We will return later.
Okay. This is, I think Nikita is struggling here.
Yes.
It's not a very good position.
Let's say Krivel Piorun.
Krivel Piorun, you said it, and I somehow. So when we looked at it the last time, we had the position after bishop g5, and we were looking with Vlastimil at bishop takes c3, which Piorun didn't play. For some reason, he didn't like it. I'm not sure why. What was he afraid
Yesterday
of?
you told me that you're materialistic.
Yes. I mean, I see a pawn, and there is this nice proverb. It's better to sacrifice your opponent's pawns, as they say. So bishop c3. Okay, bishop c3 is the move which every player would consider. Well, Piorun for some reason didn't like it. He played h6. But after bishop e3, he passed his chance. Now his h6 pawn is hanging, and he can't take it immediately. So now, okay, bishop b3, and now after queen c3, he has to reckon with rook c1, rook c7. So he didn't like it still. So he kept. In the end, white managed to retain the c pawn on the board, and black has only one pawn for the exchange. Still having quite a solid position, although, but definitely not fighting for the advantage here. A5, rook c1, knight d7, bishop c2, knight e5, so knight c6, a3, h5, rook d1. Well, I mean, white is somewhat better, but still black has a hold on the dark squares. It's not going to be easy to convert the extra exchange. But white is for choice here. White is better, I would say.
Yes, for example, I don't know, rook b5 is move.
Yeah, for example, rook b5, we have an outpost, we go there.
Black can play knight a7, maybe.
Yes, if he plays knight a7, then I have to return. So it's maybe a method. I mean, it's black's move, so it's not so easy to see what black is going to do here.
Yes.
If there would be no c pawn, he had a concrete plan of advancing the central pawns.
Yes.
Now here he has some outposts. The knight on c5 is very stable. If white takes it, then that would be a mistake, because then black gets the d4 square for bishop, for knight.
No.
He would like it a lot, of course. Bishop takes c5 is not what white wants to do.
It will be a big positional blunder to take it on c5, of course.
But basically, white, I would say white does have a plan. For example, he can double his rooks on the d file or something like this. Also, this is not so easy, because after rook d2 there is bishop c3.
Only maybe I see some tactical idea. Take it on c5 and take it on g6.
Okay.
And take it on e6 and
something very concrete.
Yes, something very concrete.
It has to be concrete.
Positionally, of course,
Positionally, bishop
bad,
c5
is
not the way to go.
It's maybe.
So this is maybe what he's preparing. This is maybe what he's preparing with rook d1.
Rook d1 is a logical move. Why not?
Yes. Well, he prevents some knight d4. He doesn't want black to occupy the d4 square. He moves the rook to the open file. So white is better here, and Piorun must show that he has
some compensation.
He has some compensation. This is the compensation on the level I'm trying to hold the position. Before it was compensation and maybe even material equality if I take the pawn on c3. I mean, but it's easy for us to say here you should have taken on c3 because now you are under pressure.
So of course, we can be wrong also.
Yes, we can be wrong. I mean, maybe we didn't see something really dangerous for black, but bishop takes c3. If there was nothing concrete, it was definitely the way to go to make the material equal and with a big and complex fight.
So, which game we can watch now? I think Ragar-Vityugov. Let's go back.
Let's go back to Ragar. Something happened. He played c4 after all. Okay.
He played c4.
I'm moving over there.
Black played knight c5.
And black played knight c5. And black is about to get his dream, but for the price of a pawn. Meaning that he will manage. Maybe. He will manage to sacrifice a pawn to open the diagonal for his bishop.
Now b6 is move also in this position. It's difficult to calculate it.
I can't play b6, of course.
Because b6, without b6, maybe my pawn on b5 will be hanging. I think if I will take it immediately, let's say, king takes, I have to take it. Rook takes, now on c4 it's hanging. I will take, and now I can take it with rook.
I can take it with a rook. And well, on the other hand, but if I play bishop f1, you're never going to really
bishop f1, because now you have to
I will protect
g2.
I will protect g2. Okay, black has g5. He has some counterplay, but the white is still the active side.
Well, active side, but now I can play maybe g5, yes, as you told, rook d4.
This is not without counterplay for black, I mean.
Yes.
Possibly
playable position.
Possibly c4, maybe he hurried it.
Yeah, so
yeah,
maybe.
I know I
But
suggested the move
after
myself.
Maybe b6 is, by my point of view, good intermediate move, because now where to go with queen?
Well, I
on
can
e7, and I think now it's a little different position, or not, or I'm wrong, because I think that after exchange,
and
I
you
can
want to take
it on
immediately,
a5
yes,
immediately.
yes.
That's my idea.
Okay.
And probably now
Is this
I will stay
such a
with
problem, or
pawn
is
up? Yes, am I right?
I don't know. I'm trying to take some c4. I play bishop c6. You play rook a6. Yes, and then in the end, of course, on b6 the pawn is slightly more vulnerable. It's not protected so reliably by white's bishop.
But I have to say that weird move h6 now is now we see the reason, because black king in some variation like this has the loft.
Okay, there have been some moves, and he took on c5 first. He didn't play b6, so he followed this line which we already analyzed, sort of. No, I am sorry. C takes d5. This is the position on the board.
Yes. And not yet.
He hasn't taken on d5.
This position.
Only this.
This position is what I see.
Okay.
This is current position.
Okay. This is the current position.
White has 17 minutes. Black has 27 minutes. So no time trouble. They can think as long as they want.
Yeah.
So, is here something better than CD5?
No, I don't think so.
So why not to take it? What is he thinking about?
It's hard to say. I mean, CD5 looks extremely logical. I hardly see any other move. Rook C1, Rook C3 doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense. I think.
In
I don't understand why
opinion.
is he thinking in this position. Okay, so white is better. CD5, rook d5.
And bishop f1. G5. All this happened, yes?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay.
Sometimes it works.
It works in mysterious ways.
Yes.
So
sometimes I don't understand how it works. So I think we should change.
Yeah, we'll return to. We'll definitely return to Ragar Vityugov, but we can.
I think Jesipenko Stefansson.
Jesipenko Stefansson.
Take a look, because in that game, after
this happened, what we said.
Yes, and also the check on b6.
And checks on b6 happened. Bishop f2 and bishop c5 happened
bishop
as well.
C5,
yes.
And now queen d2 was played.
Queen d2 and black played bishop b7.
Well, I think
this
black has no.
This looks reasonable for black. Yes. I mean, the idea is just simply I can swap everything, play b4, and I'm okay.
Maybe I would like to play it with black.
Yeah. Not so sure what white's claims for an advantage. Well, he should play probably something like a3 or so, but
queen d2. I don't.
No reason at all for white being better here. Black is doing fine here, I think.
Rook e1.
After rook e1.
But you can play rook f8 maybe.
After rook e1, if I take everything and play b4 and then take on d5, simply, I'm fine.
Yes, I agree. I think black's position is.
Yes, black is this scary exchange sacrifice. He has declined it and somehow probably solved his problems. Maybe bishop f2 was not the best move. Maybe queen d2 was not accurate.
And I think last look in this hour.
Navarra or Firouzja. Whom shall we check?
I think on Grandelius Firouzja.
Grandelius Firouzja.
Short look, because there happened what we predicted.
Okay.
Nearly. Firouzja. I'm sorry, can I take it?
Yes.
Maybe I will be quicker.
Mouses returned to another
I know you are old
board.
generation and you don't know how to work with the mouse. I understand.
Course, yes. I don't have a gaming mouse at home. Firuza is second. Okay, you're passing by it. Yes, this is it.
So the position was here was
BC5,
BC, we were
H5.
talking H5,
This is
logic, CD.
We made this move, and we didn't play Queen C3. We played something like Rook
And
B8,
White
I guess.
played Rook B1. Interesting move.
Well, I mean, he has to. His Rook was attacked, so.
And he tried to improve it, and why not on B1? Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. And now I can think somehow to go on B7.
Maybe HG, and black can't take with the H pawn. We know this because of Queen H6, and after FG, then Rook B7 is already.
Yes. And I will show also one more simple line. And after, for example, Rook B8, I will take it on B8. Bishop takes B8, and now
Queen H6. The bishop has gone too far.
Yes, and now checkmate on G7.
He can't reach F8 anymore, so this would be pleasant for
Firuza has some problems in the position.
Yes, Firuza.
And now I have to say that he has only last 5 minutes. Of course, only for 5 moves, but in that position, it's not so easy to play.
Yeah, I mean, if you miscalculate, you might.
Of course, he's a great
lose.
blitz player, a great rapid player. I have no words, but in such position,
it's easier. It's easier to attack than to defend. I mean, this is basically the truth. Not regarding even the strength of the players. I mean, Niels on paper is weaker than Firuza, but he is the active one here, and he's causing black problems.
Anyway, I think this block will be now closed. I have to say thank you for visiting us, Igor, here, for helping
us.
us.
Thanks a lot. Gladly.
It was really a pleasure, and we will return back after a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. See you later.
The world is full of hidden beauty. Use your craft to bring beauty to life. Yours is the story of legacy, freedom, and sacrifice. Create something bigger than you. To make the world a place of beauty.
All these hotels, there's got to be that Instagram moment, something special.
The swoop was inspired by the fast but still focused flight of the birds. The final installation consists of more than 3,500 pieces of glass.
There's got to be that moment when you walked in and you said, oh my word, look at that. This does achieve that result.
So welcome back again to live commentary of top light tournaments of Prague International Chess Festival 2020. In the meantime, ended this game. It's game Schenkel and Navara. We were talking about the game that after rook takes d8, rook takes d8, knight takes d4, it will be probably draw, and really after a few moves the game
has happened, yes. In few moves they agreed, and now they agree to
draw. Nothing interesting, but
yes,
I think very interesting positions.
Yes, other games
in master tournament.
In master group are very interesting. We can start with, let's say, with Anton Gicharo against Vidit.
I agree, because we didn't mention this game in last block, and so I don't know. Last time,
so we can maybe quickly go through
like
it.
This. The position.
Yes, it's logical. Now Black decided.
It's quite blocked.
Yes, decided to keep the c5 square.
Yes. Now pawn on c5 is a little weak, but how to use it? And White showed that he played rook b5, and it's very interesting move.
Idea.
Yeah, you can see rook b5, and now play. It's Black took the.
Yes, White offered exchange sacrifice just for
1 pawn.
For 1 pawn, but for potentially increasing the
power, the press on c file, yes, and the queen side.
Yes, I would like to point out that Black's rooks are
has no open files.
Has a bit useless now, because there are no open files for them. So I think White is quite safe now. I would just say that there is no danger for him to lose.
We can try to make a few moves.
But
okay, let's rook a7 was played, I think.
Rook a7.
Yes. It's logical move. And how to improve White position?
In some moment of f4, and then bring the king to the center.
Try to play.
So maybe immediately f4. If I play immediately f4.
F4.
F6 or
play f6.
King f2.
King e7.
e7, now king
e3.
e3.
And now, for example, if I would play king d6, then
rook c6,
king d7, and now I can try something like,
so
just simply maybe take it here, and then something rook e6.
So king d6 is not a good move. So instead of king d6, maybe first rook b6 to prevent rook c6 later. So maybe White can bring his king to b4 square and attack a4 pawn. I think White
has the initiative.
White has a clear plan, and I think Black should be very careful to defend this position.
Of course, if we imagine the position without, for example, a pawns, Black is definitely much better.
Yes.
But now in this position, rooks have no open files, as was told. And it means the rooks need open files.
Yes.
Because a rook is active piece.
Yes. And also a4 pawn can be a weakness.
Yes, but in this position in game after rook b5, Black could take immediately on b5 and play such a position.
Okay, I think pawn could be targeted on a5 or a4, so it's not a great
Okay.
difference. But in the game, actually,
After-
Anton Guijarro has played King G2 instead of
F4.
our suggestion F4. So
Rook
King-
B6 was played. Again.
Maybe he intends to transfer his king immediately without F4, immediately to B4. So maybe King F3, King E3.
But then I have to ask why not to go via F1, E1, and D2.
Yes, that's a good answer. Yes, it's a shorter way, shorter route.
I think he would like to play F4.
Yeah, he would like to, yes.
I think he would like to play F4, and now this is the question: if the king on G2 if it is a useful move or not.
So maybe he didn't like something in the line starting with F4 immediately. I mean, on move 32, maybe Anton Guijarro maybe take
on
on
rook E8.
E8. I wanted to play bishop D3, then
or G5 now,
or maybe G5. But then
or rook E8 at first, and after bishop D3 now G5.
G5. Yes, that's
because after takes now E5 is not possible, and the black king can go via this black squares.
Yes, white
Maybe
needs
that's
to
the
be
reason.
needs to be careful to avoid something like this.
So now,
yes,
now
you
this
are
is
right.
the position, and they have to play 8 more moves, and and they both have
about 10 minutes both. So and
enough.
Which move is which?
30 seconds.
Also 8 moves to reach time control. So we can. I suggest to switch to another game, maybe to
Ragrevich-Jugov?
I would suggest Grandelius Firouzja.
Okay.
Because
let's go. Grandelius Firouzja, because Firouzja was in big danger, I can remember.
Yes, even
last
now.
time we saw this position, rook b1.
You discussed this.
And we
this
were talking
position.
that this position is very dangerous.
Yes,
Black
it's
played
for sure very dangerous.
bishop f8, hg. He has to take with f pawn.
And why not with what? Actually, because I discussed it with Igor Stoll in the corridor, and we didn't see nothing special for white here. But I understand.
I think king g2 I will play.
Simply.
Now the
just
rook
simply.
h1 is threat, and it's
Yes,
extremely strong threat.
No,
I
you
think.
are right. You are right. But I understand opening the h
I think
file
it's
is very
not
dangerous
possible.
for
It's a suicide to open h file for black. So
it's very dangerous. Yes. Also black.
So he took with a pawn. I think he had to. Again, king g2, a good prophylactic move.
Yes,
going
king is
from first rank, and
now
so
there
on.
is no check to
Rook,
king.
yes, queen c2, and now rook b7. Whoa, I think Firouzja will lose.
But wait. Black can exchange the queens.
Can, but
but wait.
Okay.
No.
I will wait. Sorry.
So what's white's threat now?
Still don't know, but maybe a rook takes h7. Is it threat? I don't know. Maybe not.
Could be.
But after a queen h2 check, there is bishop h6.
G5.
And now queen e4.
There is like.
Maybe it's
Yes,
not
there
so
is-
easy, but
There are some unpleasant check. Yes, I understand. So.
but it's very maybe the threat is rook takes a7.
For sure, this is a
Why
threat for
not?
sure.
Why not?
Yes, I was
Just
thinking
pawn.
about some a5 move.
Okay, so let's say a5.
Okay, we can try.
Let's say a5, and now I have to show you something.
Yes, now you have to show what's.
Now please
your
turn
right?
off your engines, because now only human will think.
Yes, we don't use engines here at all, so. But maybe you are right, Pavel. Try
okay,
it.
I will
Try it.
It's
As Igor
funny
said, by
line.
hand. Okay.
Because black has to take it because of checkmate on a8.
Now check on h2.
Bishop h6.
And now maybe
not g5, but maybe bishop g.
Bishop g5. Then
I have to check anyway.
And king g3 now.
King g3. I know where to go. Where is my next check?
There is no. There is none.
It's not good for me then. Maybe rook. Rook h8. Still not the end. You can take it, of course you can. Maybe
I can play some f3 moves. And then no, there is check on e1. So g6 is
you can
G6
take it, and you can take it on g6 and play this endgame.
But I wanted to. I wanted to
not
mate
clear. It's not
yes,
clear.
I wanted to mate black's king. So
I have no better line with black.
And if I play g5 instead of, and they play the same, here g5, and check king g3.
And king g3 again. It's safe place for white king.
Somehow
I'm surprised.
There is no check at all. Now.
But then it's just lost.
Yes.
What can I do? Nothing.
Yes, I can't see anything. So it's lost now.
So that's the threat.
So that's the threat. So
a5 is not possible, but then after rook b7, the a pawn is hanging. Rook takes h7 is threat, and if you will change the queens, I think I will take the pawn. Why not?
Yes, take the pawn. Yes, I agree.
Now I'm pawn up. I have better pieces.
Yes, much. Yes,
I have a clear plan.
And it's difficult to move for black.
Zugzwang.
No, Zugzwang, but...
How to improve black's position?
Bishop d5.
Bishop d5, king g3.
And now something. Maybe
now rook a8 and...
Maybe, yes. Trying to save the ending.
Yes. And hopes for some endgame, maybe opposite color bishops, or I don't know.
But I think black's position is close to be lost.
I think on this level, this level of players, I think it's bad position. You have no counterplay, bad king.
So I'm sure that Firuza went wrong somewhere, because he was very close to equality before, but then he played passive.
Okay, we can return 20 moves back, of course, something like this, but maybe the position is not so easy to play. And Nils played that game very well, I have to say. And I don't know, I don't want to say that Firuza will lose, but, that it's clear, but I see no good continuation for him. The position is still this. This is still the position.
Yes, it's
and
rook b7. Yes,
no time.
We can see time here. In this game, we can't see time. I don't know why, but
some problems. It's
some technical problems. Yes. Okay, so we can switch to
which one?
The game Rager Vityugov, I suggest.
Okay, Rager Vityugov. It was French defense, I can remember.
Yes, French.
Last time we were talking about this position, and black has compensation, but has to show the compensation still. He played rook d4, g3, bishop d5, rook takes, rook d2, rook c1, rook b2. So now it's clear that b pawn will go nowhere.
Yes, black's...
rook a1.
Yes,
nice
white
move. He wants to give rook on b1 and push the pawn.
Because rook on b2 is very active, so white strive to exchange it.
In such a position I was thinking only about rook a7 or rook c7 or something like this, but this is a very good idea. Rook a1, bishop e4.
Before preventing this.
Like a4, d5, bishop e4.
So they repeated moves.
And it's so, but it's already free time, the position now? No, not yet, not yet. After rook a1, it would be a free time repetition. And what can do?
No, rook on b2 is very active, so white needs to get rid of.
Okay, let's try rook a7. Let's try.
Okay, so you would like to play rook c7 and attack
rook
f7
c7 and then take everything on 7th rank.
So I need to prepare for. I need to do something against this. And what rook b7 is rook b7.
I don't know. It's a playable move. By the way,
I
rook b7.
am not sure. Yes, it looks somehow strange.
I can take it on b7, of course, but what will you say after rook c8, king h7, bishop g3, g6, and now rook
yes,
a8?
and you will mate me.
I think it's a problem, or not?
Yes, real.
It's the end.
Yes, it's the end. So it's not possible.
But so maybe rook a7 is not so bad as I thought. What black? What does black want? Again, time. Is there any time?
In this game, where is it? Yes, it's 2 minutes against 15. I wanted.
Okay, I can play g5, let's say.
Yes, you can.
g5, and after rook c7, I just simply.
It's possible. Yes, it's possible. Yes.
Maybe my rooks on c7 rank are not so dangerous. Maybe, I don't know.
Yes, maybe you can play
Because,
this way. It looks a bit passive, but you can do it.
Very difficult to improve my bishop and my king, and also b pawn has no power to go on b6. But still,
this looks.
Why not?
Defendable for black. I agree.
No.
We can switch some.
Where to? Isipenko Stefansson. Isipenko Stefansson. It was a very interesting game. Last time it was, I think, this position was last time. I think bishop b7. Now rook d1, rook f8, d4, change, rook d8.
Yes, now the central pawns were exchanged.
Bishop 7, a3, h6, h3, h6. Draw.
So yes, there is.
Sometimes it happens. Very interesting game.
It looked like a very interesting game, and
everything disappeared, and it's draw. Okay. For Stefansson, I think it's a very good result.
Yes, it's a good result.
He won yesterday. Now so with Isipenko draw, perfect start.
Perfect start. Yes.
To tournament.
I think he's definitely satisfied with the result. Also, with his play, I think. I think he played good games.
Yes. Agreed.
So we can switch to Kribel's game.
Or a great game.
Okay, what you prefer?
No, let's say going Krejci. Check game.
Check derby.
Last time there was knight d6. Here, knight d6. So it must play knight b6. That's it. Knight a1. I was talking about that. Queen c7, knight c5, queen e7, rook e1, knight b6, b4. It's trying to make more and more pressure.
Yes, White is improving and improving his position.
Improving,
gradually.
but sometimes you should do something
yes.
more aggressive. And still doing nothing. Maybe he's still waiting for time control. I don't know. Maybe because maybe White has to play something like f4, king. I don't know, h1. Rook g1, rook g2, g4, g5, something like that, or make the battery, as was told by Igor Stoll. Try to move to move the queen here
and bishop
the bishop
b1.
somehow here, because of this very dangerous diagonal.
Yes,
I don't know.
Because black can't play g6 anymore.
But it's easy to say and much more difficult to do such things. So. We will see. Anyway, knight c5 was 40th move, so I think after black's reaction, White will think for a long time from a point of view how to improve the position. So,
but we can expect.
Yeah, so White has no reason to make draw.
White, I suppose White will continue.
Of course. Why not?
Why not? He's better and he.
Yes, agree. With nearly no risk. Okay, let's say Krivel Pioron. Now, because it was quite wild position. It was in this moment, and now rook d8. Yes, f4. Interesting move.
Tadeáš likes to be active.
I know, but f4. What's the point?
I don't know.
If I would like to play f5. I don't know if I have power. Okay, black played bishop f6. In this position, sorry, bishop f6, king h1, h4, and now f4 is
useless move.
Absolutely useless move.
I don't like it also.
Okay. Let's continue. Queen f3, king g7, bishop f2, a4, queen g4, h8, queen e2, rook ab3, knight ab3.
Black has very good compensation.
No, anyway,
and he can fight for more.
During last 7 moves, White made no progress. Absolutely no progress. Take a look on this position and take a look on current position. What's better for White?
The previous one, I would say.
I would agree. Yeah, I agree.
Also, this structure on the king side is blocked very good way for black. Yes, but White structure is inferior on king side.
No, yes, because of f4.
Because of f4.
Well,
I don't like this move.
I don't know why he did it. What about time in this game? Do we know? No, we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. Never mind. But I don't believe White anymore in this
so
position.
we can have a short look at Černošek's game. there is.
Yes, yes, I'm looking for that.
It's a rook ending in the end here.
Here it is.
Here.
And last time it was something like rook b2. Yes, there was some.
And rook, yes.
Rook e1.
It's a good move, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
I was
thinking about rook a1. I have to say.
But rook e1. Rook e1 is active because
in this position I was thinking about this move, but I'm sorry. In this position I was thinking about this move. But okay, I'm not the player of the tournament, so I have to be quiet.
Lukáš's decision is active. More active.
Knight c5.
Because now there is this trick with the mate on
it's nice.
On back rank.
If I'll take it on a2, check.
Yes, that's the point behind this.
So black has to return b8, and then he took on g6, and now it should be.
Now we have rook ending here.
Check, king f5, king f2. Black is trying to do something with that endgame, but I think it will finish and draw quite soon. Has black any chance how to win this position? Some trick, some idea?
Maybe rook h2.
Yes, and white must not take it. Yeah, I see.
No, I would like to go to run with both pawns.
I saw your game against one Canadian player.
Yes.
Long time ago, where it happened.
Yes, not exactly this one, but yes,
something similar.
It was last trick, yes.
Last trick and it worked, but don't know. After this, for example,
you can go king
d4,
and sorry, king d4. Yes.
You will take it. I will take it. You will take it. I will take it. Draw. Don't know. I see no possibility. And I think 40 moves were done already, or not. In the position, Černoušek.
I can't see here. I can't
only
see.
Only 39 moves, or 38 moves. 38 moves. So this is 39 moves were made by white. It's impossible to lose on time. By my point of view, draw.
Yes.
By my point of view, draw. So in challengers group today, Jesipenko Stefansson, draw. Abbasov and Forest, draw. Černoušek Bartel, it's still
looks like a draw also.
Yes, it looks so. Guen Krejci, Guen is trying to win, and Kribel Piorun, complicated, but I don't believe white anymore. But maybe I'm wrong again. Who knows? And what about Masters Group? In Masters Group, Shankland Navara, draw.
And
Hari Krishna Duda, draw.
And also Ragar
Vityugov, draw.
Finish with draw.
So white didn't try to play rook a7. Probably it's not enough.
But what you suggested was quite defensible for black, that position.
Probably, yes.
So
what about last?
Anton Gicharu did it. It's interesting now.
So we were talking about king g2, rook b6, f4, ef, gf, g5. Everything happened. King f3, gf4, e5, because white doesn't want to be blocked on black squares. Rook
but
g6.
Now black activated
F4,
his rook.
G2. Bishop g4. And now the d pawn or b pawn can be very dangerous, very quick.
So it's very sharp again.
For example, after rook takes h2, it was not played. I think d6. CD, ED, and now rook c8 and d7, that's threat.
Yes.
Also b6 and so on, again threat.
Yes.
So that maybe that's the reason why Vidit played rook d2. And king e3. Interesting.
Yes,
White does want to play d6. Evidently.
Anton Gicharo plays very
probably after
aggressively.
Rook a2, because now the pawn on a3 is in danger with check. And again, hard to say if d6 will work or not. I don't know. d6. Let's say check. And now king, I don't know, king e4.
Let's say king e4, takes and
takes. And now how to hold d pawn? Rook a8 maybe. And I will go b6. I will go rook b3. No, b6 was a mistake. And d7. And now I have to play rook d8 probably.
Yes, I agree.
And what is this position? b6, rook b3. Black is in time everywhere.
It looks so. Maybe Pavel can, maybe something else, or maybe we can.
Okay, but king e3 was played.
Yes, I know.
And after rook a2, maybe you can play rook c3. I don't know.
Yes, I can play this. Yes, this is a safer option, I think. This is a safer option here. Yes.
But if I will play king e7 now,
maybe bring my king to.
Now b6 maybe works.
Now b6. Yes,
b6 works because takes
and d6.
Check. You have to go on f8, then check.
Or even d7. No, sorry, first check.
And now d7. And you have to. You will lose your rook. I don't know where.
e4. Prevent.
Yes, and now you have to take it on d7, and this endgame will arise. White has good chances to win. Good chances to win. Yes.
King e7 is not good because
so
it's not
after
good
rook c3.
solution. So
there's a fork.
And
after rook b7. Again.
I can.
Anyway, I have to.
Can I?
I have to say.
I was thinking about put my bishop on a c6 via d7. Later on, he can support. The bishop can support advance of my d pawn, but
strange position. But then on c6, the bishop.
Yes, it's not
very good place.
It's not great.
After
yes, and
I will go here.
And
now it's very difficult to do anything. The bishops.
No, I wanted to play king d4 now, but it's maybe too much. Yes.
I think it's too much because there's no real threat. Okay, I will go. For example, I will take it on h2.
Okay, king c5.
And now I will play rook d8 or rook d2. I don't know.
Or even a rook h5. Even no, yeah, bishop is strange, very strange there.
No, bishop on c6 is not good. Okay, so what was in the game? Or is it still game? It has changed.
So
after king e3, he played rook b2, d6, cd, ed, and now this is the position. This is current position. I think both players are trying to win. And who is right?
Both have their chances now. For sure.
Rook a8, probably. Try to block the pawn. Because now I think rook c8 and d7.
D7 is a threat.
So I have to do something. Oh, king g7. No, it's for nothing. This.
Yes, rook
a8. Now I can play d7, and you have to play rook d8 because rook c8 was threat again. And now here's the question: if white can do something. I think now I can try, for example, to go somewhere with my king.
But I can also bring my king. Black can bring his king to, let's say.
You can play king e7.
King e7.
And now maybe I can try. I will give you perpetual, or I will repeat moves.
No. Why not king d6? Can I play king d6?
I thought that b6 is still not possible. Well, I don't know.
King c7 now.
And now here.
Now I can give you some checks from behind.
King b4, then king a5.
Not that easy.
I think now it's not so easy, and black can be in danger.
Black can be in danger here.
So maybe white still has some pressure, and black has to solve the problems.
So they are after time control.
Yes, 41st move.
So
we can switch to another game. What is interesting?
What is interesting? Maybe we can have a look at Grandelius Firouzja game.
Okay, Grandelius Firouzja, a long time. We haven't seen that. And I was thinking that position is bad. So what happened? Rook c8. Rook takes a7.
Wait, Pavel. And rook. Now I understand, because now you cannot sacrifice on h7.
Yes, I will show it. Because after this check, bishop h6, g5, check, king g3 is no more a safe place for king because of rook c3.
Yes, you are.
That's the reason.
That's the reason
why he played rook c8. And now maybe black is winning, but it's not important.
Yes, it's not good for white.
So after
it's not working.
Rook b7, he played rook c8, and white easily took on a7. And now black exchanged queens. So now we have the end game anyway, as we were talking about, and I think that the position on this level is bad for black. But I can be wrong, of course. But with so active rook on d7, so active pieces on f6, e5.
Yes, it looks...
By the way, after e3, black
you can take
e2.
Knight f3.
You will catch it with knight, yes?
Somewhere.
Knight
yes.
f3?
Or d3.
Rook c3.
e5. Rook e5.
Rook e5. No more tricks.
All white pieces are...
No, bishop e6 happened. Bishop e6.
It has happened in the game. Bishop e6.
Bishop e6 happened. Now Oh, it's not easy. Bishop pair is bishop pair. But for example, I will try rook d8. I can do it. I'm only commentator.
Okay, so I exchange.
You will have to take it because
yes, I exchange.
Be
and try to stop the pawn on.
Now a pawn. My a pawn would like to run, and maybe with help of my king, I would like to go
also very unpleasant.
this way, and then here take it or something like this with my king, and of course to go with my pawn. And it's very difficult to do anything against that.
Maybe I can try to save some opposite color bishops and so bishop d6 play, bishop d6.
Okay, I will not play with colors anymore. Bishop d6.
Try simply with idea to take and take
is
the
it
knight
enough?
and I don't know.
Well, one question is if is this enough. Okay, I will try.
Okay, I take the knight and play bishop. Take pawn or stop the pawn.
Are you quick enough? You will take it? Is it important pawn?
I don't know.
Okay, let's try. No. I'm not so quick as I thought before. Okay, so maybe
that's
after
a black defensive plan could be like this. To try to save some opposite bishop, opposite color bishop standing.
Yes, maybe you're right. So maybe you're right.
Maybe it's not that simple for white. Still black can
throw obstacles under my legs.
Put some obstacles to whites.
Okay, so Grandelis Firuja, Anton Gicharo with it. There's nothing new.
Chernovshek's game finished. Has finished with draw.
Really fighting game until Bird Kings. Beautiful, perfect. And Kribel Pioron. In that position there was what they were jumping with the knight. I'm sorry. This was the position in g4.
Finally, Pavel, I understood the idea of f4. f4 has the idea to take the e5 square under control. Then black cannot defend d6 pawn with bishop e5. So that I think that was the idea.
I don't know. Okay, anyway, black was jumping with his knight there and back and there and back. And now in this position, white decided to take it on c5 and play queen e4. I don't know. On d4, it's fantastic outpost.
There is a technical idea behind this move. After knight d4, white wins after rook b7 and take on g6.
Yes, okay,
so
I will show it.
Of course, it's very, very primitive.
It's nice. I think now this move is nice, and it's possible to miss this idea.
In such level, it's not possible.
If you are a child and you are 8 years old. But okay, and if I will play bishop d4, can you do something similar to take it on d4? Something more?
No, pawn takes. No.
Then it works, yeah, after knight d4.
I think so.
Yes, but black can take it with c pawn.
It's not possible.
So it's not working. So after bishop d4, what to do next?
Take the pawn on a4. And then black can transfer his knight to f5 via e7. But no, there is always rook b7. If black moves the knight, then white plays rook b7. It's a bit annoying. So maybe we were maybe not we were not right. Maybe Taras played. Maybe it was not bad. I don't know. Difficult to say.
I think we are tired, and in this position, black will be okay. But maybe, who knows? Maybe we should take a break. I think, Vasta. What do you think about that?
Okay, we can take a break.
Okay, so I'm asking now the studio to make a short break.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1e4 based on 1e5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 knight f6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecko and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe e4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
Supervisor.
So welcome back again. In our tournaments, there are only 3 games played in this moment, but what is important, in game Gu and Krejci, both players agreed with draw. I have to say I'm surprised. So take a look. Position was one moment. This was the position, and black played 96, knight b5. Black was waiting, and I thought that white will try to do something somehow. I don't know how, but I was thinking, but he just took on b5 and played e4 and offered draw.
So most probably he didn't see. Why didn't see
any progress in that position?
Any plan how to improve his position?
Maybe he's right, but by my point of view, Goddess Kaisa will punish him for that, because he had no problem. He could continue with the game, and I think he can.
But it's not easy, yes, to break.
Well, of course,
breaks.
It's not easy. Of course, it's close to equal position. I agree, but black has no real counterplay.
No real counterplay.
No real counterplay. White risks nothing, absolutely nothing.
But what to do? I understand you, but
okay, let's say
this position.
This position. Then I will play maybe e5, d5, and then I will exchange pawns, and I will see. Yeah?
Queen d6 now, attacking b4 pawn.
Queen d6, yeah? Right now.
Now I think.
Okay, I will be humble. I will try to do this way. I will play rook b1 at first. And my next move
is e5.
Is e5. E5. I would like to play e5.
e5. I understand.
And on b7, there's a
okay. Rook c8. Nice.
Okay, and I will play e5. Anyway, you have to move with your queen.
No, wait a moment, Pavel. Maybe take my last move back, please. I would like to keep my eye on b4 pawn somehow. Not.
You can try, but of course you can try to play e5. If you will play e5, I will take it. If you will play bishop anything else, I will play e5 by myself. I think white should continue this game. Maybe it's draw position, but it's something like 90% draw and 10% win. So why not continue?
Okay, I play rook c8, e5 and queen c7.
Queen c7. Now again, there's a question if I can play rook c1 or not.
Yes, you can try it. Yes, I understand.
And
my idea was to take on c1 and then after bishop takes b7 to play rook c4 and take b4 pawn.
I will take it on a6, you will take it on b4, I will play queen d3.
Later on, I think I will take
your it's not necessary to hurry. I will play, for example, something.
But then like simply play rook d8, rook d7, and I think he's very fine.
Okay, I will try. I will play. Okay, I will play d5. And if you will take it on e5, if you will take or d5, choose. I don't know what you want. And if you will play queen takes e5, I will play rook e1. Again, you have to do something, and then I will take on e6. No. I don't want to say that Jan Kateřina will lose this position.
But it's
I don't want to say, yeah.
White can continue like this. Most probably, it will finish. It will finish in some draw position.
Gwen is young. He must be full of energy. I would continue this position. To be him. Never mind. Draw. So we have 3 games left. Yes.
We have 3 games.
With which game shall we start?
I think Anton Gicharovidit. We can switch to this game.
Anton Gicharovidit. Last time we were talking about
something very similar. So what we were talking about happened in the game.
D8, yes.
So maybe exactly the same.
Maybe exactly the same.
Exactly.
And now you are trying to play King E7.
Yes, that
Rook
was.
E1.
Yes, I remember. Yes,
I will show you. And now this is quite risky for black because of Rook E8, I think.
And after King C7, King C5. Yes, it's unpleasant.
Of course, you can take it on D7, but all Rook endings. Maybe it's drawish, yeah, but a little risky for. No, not risky. Slightly better for white.
Wait. Maybe it's.
Yes. Did I miss something?
No, but. Okay.
I will take it.
Maybe it's immediately draw.
Rook A8. Rook B5. Maybe it's draw.
Oh, it should.
It should be draw.
It's draw because you need to keep this B5 pawn somehow. And now.
Yes, it's draw definitely because I will.
You would need King C5 now.
Okay.
Your rook is hanging, so you have no time for this.
Maybe it will finish in.
So, but
it's very funny. But today it seems that maybe 10 draws.
Maybe 10 draws. It looks like 10 draws.
So this is current position, yeah, after King D4, yes.
But Vidit is thinking. He has only 4 minutes left.
I don't believe that. This software is.
You don't believe we have a proper information.
Not
maybe
100% right.
So
maybe it's right, but I don't believe. I would believe our cameras. But we don't have them here.
We can't
so
see.
Maybe only spectators will know.
So so please switch to Grandelius Firuza game.
Yes.
So again, something very similar has happened in the game.
He played Rook D8.
So
he played Bishop D6. And really now, but now. Black decided not to take on E5. I'm sorry, my mistake. He decided not to take that. No, my God. It's weird software. But after Bishop B6, he didn't want to take it on E5 because it's quite risky.
Yes, now
after.
Or maybe we can start with G5 first to stop Black's majority on the king side, and then play D5.
And then take on E4.
Usually you need 2 pass pawns, and white
has
2 pass pawns.
So Black played Bishop B4, King E3. Bishop A3, A6, King D2, Bishop A6. Well,
and now it's something different. Now Black
it's
can consider to take on E5
and play H5. Yes,
and play very quickly H5.
Yes, because after. Or H5 immediately not, or G6 is hanging. So maybe after takes,
and
H5 now. They have some counterplay, they have passed pawn also.
So maybe it's not easy. It's far from easy.
Many players underestimate this kind of
You mean opposite colored bishops ending
with many pawns.
Yes, sometimes it's difficult to properly understand that position.
Because more important in these endgames is not
the
number of pawns, but number of passed pawns.
Here, white actually has 2 passed pawns, but they are very well blockaded, I think.
And by the way, this is bad. This is bad bishop.
Yes, you are right. So here, black has, from my point of view, good drawing chances.
Maybe yes. He played bishop d6. Is it right?
Sorry, no. Black is thinking in this position.
Black is thinking.
Black is thinking king on e2.
a7, d e5.
Yes, we have.
Yes, this position. He's thinking to take on e5 or not. Maybe he's not forced to take it on e5.
What else? Also,
what's threat? White. How to use white king?
It's also it's not clear what white can do now.
Yes, it's.
How can white improve his position?
This is quite a long way, and it's not clear what will happen.
Yes, it's a long way.
Maybe just simply just king e7.
On king f6 and h5, yes.
Or to take it on e5 then.
Later. No, before
because the knight has no square where to jump.
Before we were both pessimistic about Firouzja's position, but now
he shows his
defensive skills. By the way, king e7
was played. Yes.
Yes.
It's more logic.
Yes. So, Pavel, I think we can
switch to last game. We didn't analyze.
Yes, it's Kribel's game against Piorun.
Yeah, I'm looking for that.
Yes, this is the game. I don't remember, or do you remember in which moment we left it?
After 40.
Yes, I remember. I remember.
42nd.
So
now,
here
he played king f8 because of that problems with 7th rank.
Understand.
With the pin.
So white took a pawn.
Knight d4, rook b7, queen a5. Bishop d7. Something very concrete. Rook c7, rook takes, queen takes, bishop b5.
Now, white managed to exchange rooks,
and gain 1 pawn.
But look at white's bishop. It's difficult to find for it some objects or some work. I think even without exchange, black has some interesting play maybe against white's king, and also on dark squares.
Because black has to let the queens on the board.
Yes.
Without queens, it's deadly lost.
Yes, it's deadly lost.
Without queens.
The white's pawn.
His only chance is to make some kind of perpetual. For example.
Or even made the white's
I will
king.
show some
Queen a5.
nonsense line, but show the idea. Yeah? Queen c6, queen takes c6, and now knight g3,
yes,
king h2, knight f1, king h, and this kind of perpetuate. Of course, white can take it on c6 with bishop, but I would like to show the idea. So, what to do with black? No,
queen
of course,
A5.
Queen a5. What else? Maybe queen b8.
No. Queen here. Attack.
I think yes. Now
there is a threat.
Threat of checkmate. By the way, it's not perpetual. It's threat of checkmate.
Yes.
So white has to be very precise, and it's not clear
so maybe
how to defend the first rank. If queen f1, queen d1,
queen
d1.
f1 definitely not. Knight g3.
Knight g3. Thank you. I'm a little tired, evidently.
And after queen d1, okay, we can try.
We can take it on f4 at least.
Yes, we can take at least. So I think it's still black has good counterplay here.
I can take. I can
yes,
return.
but okay, Tadea, then you if black plays queen c7, then it's a repetition of moves.
But what can I do with white? It's not possible that you
invade. Yes, you can't let black's queen invade to white's position.
Queen e1 and that's bad.
Yes, white has to stop it. Yes.
And so queen f1, queen e2, it's not possible. King h2, it's nonsense. Also, queen d1, I don't believe. I don't believe it's a good move. Maybe check on g3, then take on f4.
I'm trying to figure out what's the idea because
behind rook d7.
Yes, because it's queen a5 is the most logical move in the position, and I don't know what's the point.
Maybe it's pointless.
No. Wait.
I'm waiting.
No, I found out that my idea is not working, so
I think rook d1 is only move.
I was thinking about queen d1, but
okay, let's try queen d1, but I don't believe this is
I also don't believe, but
at least I will try. Check. It's not 4, but check, and bishop takes f4. Now we have to be very careful.
Yes.
Very careful not to lose this position.
Yes, I don't like it. Rook d1. I would play rook d1.
I don't know, queen f3, for example. Yeah, my bishop is in pin because of checkmate of f7, but like queen e1. And what can I do? Rook d1. It's not possible.
At least black has a perpetual there. So
I think I have more.
Maybe even more.
I will give this check, and I will take the rook. Now checkmate on g1. Everything is hanging.
Yes,
it's not possible.
No. So rook d1 looks
but
like.
But then we have to ask again why Kacper is thinking about queen a5.
I don't know. Let's take a deeper look at this.
By the way, in this position again, f4 is a terrible weakness. Yes. I know I told that 2 hours ago, but
chess is now, Pavel, a concrete play.
I know, but
so yes, I also don't like this. I don't like it also, but chess is a concrete game now, nowadays more than before. Rook d1. Sorry.
Maybe rook d1, maybe not. I don't know.
Maybe we can switch to Anton Gicharovic.
Agree. Anton Guijarro. This line we were talking.
Anton, he didn't play rook e8 for some reason.
I thought that he's trying to win probably, because maybe again rook takes d7.
But trying the rook was on. So he improved the position of the rook. So
maybe that's the perpetual I was talking before.
But the rook was on the different square, so it's not the same position.
No, it was this position.
No, rook was on c5 or e5, and now after rook d5, white's rook is on d5. Maybe after king e7, he would continue some king c5 or something.
You think that this is better for white now? Yes.
No, I just wanted. I just want to say that here is rook on c5. Yes. Here is on e5.
He's on d5.
So his idea was not to
give perpetual.
Yes. So simply improve the rook, the position
rook with tempo.
Yes. On d file. Yes.
Maybe.
So he gets his rook to good square with tempo. And now it's very similar. Yes, again this white can play here.
Of course, rook on d8 is just, don't know what to say about that. Rook on d8.
Not that great rook. It's that on b1. Yes, b1 is better. Rook on b2 is better, much better.
So check, and
now
then
I cannot.
Black will take on h2 maybe.
Now I cannot go.
Well, king b4
and rook b2 again. Wait, Pavel. And if black is satisfied with draw, rook b2.
No, take. It's not possible to take it. Yes, it's quite risky.
Yes.
Maybe yes. Maybe you're right. Maybe I can. It's not. I'm not forced to take it on h2. It's. No. It's only. I think only black can lose this position. Yes, you're right. Bishop b2 is better.
But can white play now king c? No.
Okay, let's try. Rook takes h2 in this position.
Rook c5.
Rook c5 again, improving the rook. Yes. Okay.
From one side, white tries from one side, from another.
Well. King d6.
Can I play rook c8?
Of course. King e7.
And now b6. Or take the pawn on a4 maybe. No, rook b6. Immediately.
b6 immediately.
Let's see. But, there's rook h4, but I missed this.
No,
but okay, b7.
I didn't miss, but it's not working. Rook b2.
Now I can go even on to the a file. Yes. I think something similar. It's white plan. Something similar.
Yes. h5, bishop h3.
Somewhere.
What if I play rook b3 now? But maybe now I can take it on a4. No, I will take it on b6. Oh my god. One game.
So my bishop is a bit insecure.
Was possible to go on f5. I don't know. Is it better?
Oh, not much, I think. Not much, I think.
But again.
But maybe it's better. Maybe all right.
Okay, rook b3. I'll try. King h6. Yes.
Yes.
I'll take it. b7.
b7.
Rook b3. King A7.
You can play A3 now.
A3.
And suddenly black is winning.
Hmm.
Nice try.
I was trying to do something.
Also,
still with the poison is in the position.
So white, most probably white needs to capture this A4 pawn, I think. But
so this is current position. Maybe a repetition will happen because check now really rook b2 and rook c2 happened. So black offered repetition. White will probably agree because today it's a drawish day. It should be written in calendar, I think. 13th of February, drawish day.
And this date will be forbidden for chess games, for chess matches.
No. Okay, let's go back. Grandelius Firuja.
There's many things.
Already opposite color bishop. So
How
last time it was after King E7.
King E7?
King E1.
What's the idea?
King. Don't ask me, please. King E1. I see. What is the idea? Never mind. Bishop takes E5. King E6. H5. King F1. H3. E3. Interesting move.
After
F4. If white will take on E3,
then I think bishop G2 and wait.
King G3.
Some king moves, king F5, let's say, and wait.
Again, I will wait. Some move, I don't know, bishop D6.
So maybe king, my king is back.
King back. And now I need my king. So I have to move my bishop. And I have no way how to move my bishop to
so
H2.
It's a dead draw, I think.
It's
now.
dead draw, probably. But white played F4. F4.
Keeping his structure together.
What to do?
Okay, if I play the same, let's play bishop G2.
Bishop G2.
I think still black has very good chances here.
I don't know. King G3, for example.
Wait, king F5, let's say.
Now I will move my bishop somewhere. But how?
Yes, in some moment I will play, black will play E2 for sure, and you can
yeah, well, bishop D6, E2, bishop A5.
King back, king E6.
And now I
What's
need
your
I need switch these two pieces.
So you would like to have your bishop on G3 and king on and
then still nothing, yes.
No, maybe. Oh, no, I think you
still nothing.
But it's difficult even to reach this.
Even to reach this. But F4 was played,
going on. F4 was played, and black is thinking. In the meantime, Anton Guijarro and Vidi, they agreed.
Yeah, so
agreed to draw.
Show it again.
So they're
check, 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 repetition. Yes. So that was again draw. So it means.
So I would suggest.
Grandel is Firouzja. It seems to me that it will be also draw. And last game is Scribble Piorun. Yes.
Yes, Scribble.
Scribble is trying to break Draw's day.
But Tareas has only 1 minute left.
Only 1 minute.
Against 12.
So it was Rook D7, Queen B8. So maybe Kacper is trying to win. I don't know. Rook B7, Queen D8.
Now after Rook
King H2. Maybe Queen F6 was the idea.
What about Queen D2 now?
Or Queen D4?
Or even Queen D4?
Queen D4.
Queen D4.
Queen D4, then check and check. It's some kind of.
No, White's king is very weak. Maybe it's.
After Queen D4, you have to play G4.
And then it's lost for sure. No, it's mate. You will. No, you cannot. After G4, I will win your queen.
How?
H takes G3.
Or for the check, we will start. Maybe many possibilities.
No, or everything.
There is fork and there is
No,
check.
it's completely lost.
Anything, absolutely.
Everything is winning. So
after Queen D4, White lost.
Yes, actually Queen D4 was played.
So I don't understand why he didn't play Rook D7 in this position back. Because of Queen F6. And what's wrong? At least I can return with my rook on D1. Some kind of collapse.
Yes, you can play. White can play Rook D1 at least here.
Rook D1 and.
Anyway, I don't like.
I have
White's
pawn.
But I don't like White's position because this bishop on B5.
Okay, but it's not how will you improve your position? Because my threat is A5, A6, A7, A8.
I will play against your king somehow.
But then I will sacrifice my queen for one of your pieces, and I will make new queen.
Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so.
But after Queen D4, that's the end. I don't understand.
Yes, maybe actually.
Rook D7 was played.
Yes, Rook D7.
Is it right? And he played Bishop takes F4.
Bishop takes F4, and after. Yes, it's lost. It's mate. King H1, Knight G3, Queen takes G3, Queen A1. Finish.
Oh, once more.
Knight G3. Here.
G3.
You have to take, and then check on
I
A1.
have to take. Because of this check, yes. And now there's a checkmate on G1. And after Queen takes G3.
There is a check on
A1. And then.
Mate. So not drawish day.
Not drawish day. As I told Tadeáš, was trying to break drawish day and broke it, but in a different way. Well, so that's probably a very bad start for Kriebel in this tournament.
Yes.
He will be not satisfied because this second loss.
So I think we will have
one guest for interview, Kacper Piorun.
In maybe a few minutes.
Maybe he will tell us what is this position about. But I'm really surprised. Really surprised. One. That's the end. So we can wait Kacper in a few seconds here. So I think we can take a short look.
Yes, last game is Grandelius Firouzja, this bishop endgame.
Yes,
ending.
But can we wait there anything? Has White some chance how to improve the position after bishop G2?
Some Zugzwang. Yeah, it's only thing. It's only.
But I will play King F5, King E6, King and back. And you cannot go with your king from G3.
Okay, Pavel, I think
we will thank you for watching until now, because now we will wait for Kacper Piorun.
Yes.
We will ask him about the game, and then our commentary will finish.
We will continue with this game.
We will continue with this game.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So then we will continue with this game. Okay. So now we will make a short break, and then we'll be interview with Kacper Piorun. Congratulations, Kacper. You won today, but honestly, I thought that your position is worse.
Yeah, I thought I was at the verge of losing. I mean, to be honest, the exchange sacrifice which I made with CT4 is not entirely correct. And I mean, I understood that this sacrifice is not correct, but I mean, I wanted to play something interesting, because if I played move 96, then the position is just equal. Maybe slightly better for him. So I just wanted to play something interesting. And yeah, I've misplayed this a little, and I think I was at the verge of losing.
We were thinking about why you didn't take on C3, the pawn.
Yeah, maybe I should have taken this pawn. I mean, it looks a little risky, but yeah, it's better to take this pawn than not, because later on this pawn was really annoying.
And then after, let's say 40 moves, the position is worse or better? Or?
No, I think after time control, I mean, position is worse, but I think the main mistake was bishop when he took my knight. It was
on c5. Yes.
On c5, yes. Because I think that's what he just wins with. I mean, because I cannot, after queen e4, it looks like I can't play knight e4 because of b7. But I think he missed in f8, which is surprisingly strong. And suddenly I tried huge counterplay. And the whole variation which went in the game, like rook b7, bishop a4, knight e4, rook b7, queen a5, bishop d7, and here I made also important move rook c7, probably the only one, because if I play rook d8, then I'm losing because of rook d4, bishop d4, bishop e6, and I have nothing, and he just makes me. So yeah, but after rook c7, it looks like, I mean, I'm an exchange down, but suddenly White has a big amount of blood-squared holes, which decided the game. And I think this position is already unpleasant for him.
Okay, so congratulations once more, and good luck for rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we're back again. We heard that it was quite complicated position.
It was complicated, and so we were right when we thought that it was maybe better to take on c3.
Maybe
immediately.
yes. Maybe yes.
Piorun agreed with us.
Anyway,
So
Kacper Piorun maybe will be the only winner, unless in this last game something will happen.
Yes,
Last game is
still running.
Firuza.
Yes. And I think, by the way, Grandelius is trying to
do something. Yeah,
no, your plan is
yes, he's trying. Yeah,
yes, I
F4
think he follow your advice.
Uh-huh.
Trying to push the bishop on g3 and
King on F2, and then I have some chance.
Maybe there could be some Zugzwang later on.
That was my idea. I thought that isn't possible because I was going via g3 with my king, but of course via g1 it's better.
No.
Not so
It's
easy.
not easy.
Yeah, I will show it's impossible to take it here.
Yes.
Because I will
E6
play just
and
simply e6 and the king is not able to catch any of that two pawns, and bishop will catch only one. And there is no counterplay. So it's absolutely impossible to take it on f4. So black can take. Black can take. I'm sorry, I will make something.
Yes, bishop d5 was played.
Bishop d5 was played. I will try bishop g3.
G3.
Why not? Again, e1, h2, it's for nothing. He has to wait, I think. Somehow has to wait.
And why not?
Why not?
Active move, king g3, king
g3.
g4, king g4.
King g4.
Attacking your bishop.
Because
you
now
can
it's not possible to go king f2 because of check. Yes. And takes.
And black is winning.
e6, h2, black is winning. So I have to be careful.
So it's not that easy to
switch that two pieces.
Yes.
Sad story.
Actually, bishop g3 was played. Bishop
Why
g3.
not?
King g4.
King g4, it's good move.
But wait, maybe now king.
Because on e6 is oh my god, e6 is not working. I think because again he will take it e7 and again checkmate. What to do after king g4? Well, at least I can return, of course, it's not a problem for me. King f2. No. Oh.
We have a buggy software here, I think.
For example, king h2, king f5. Maybe it was played or not?
Yes.
It was played.
It was played.
So this is current position.
Yes, I know, because white cannot take on h3. Then black queens his pawn, and after bishop takes e1, there is king takes f4, and you cannot play e6 because I take it. Black takes it with check.
Check. Yes.
And draw.
And then return back and draw.
So.
And without e6, it's impossible to run through because after, for example, bishop c3, let's say, it's absolutely easy draw. I will go king f5, king e6, king d7,
for example,
king c8, and after e6 I will take it and play king b7 and draw.
Yes, and
it's
well
not difficult. So so king g4, no, king f5, and so what to do now with white?
White is thinking.
Maybe this position is Zugzwang for both sides. I don't know. What can black play in this position? King g4? Is it possible? No, that's e6.
Oh, maybe it's neutral Zugzwang.
Neutral
Maybe,
Zugzwang,
maybe,
that's,
maybe you are right.
Very
maybe.
interesting position. But how to do that? Triangle. But how to do triangle in this position? I can try to play maybe. I can try maybe.
Bishop f2 was played.
No, perfect. That's good. Bishop f2, and now some idea is to make triangle with my bishop. Is king takes h3 now threat? Not yet. No, it's not. Still, I'm hanging on f4. So black must play something. Let's. Black must play something. And for example, after king g4, bishop e1, king f5, bishop g3. That's my idea how to how to gain a tempo or lose a tempo.
Yes, I understand. Simply.
So maybe that's the idea of Grandelius also.
Yes. So. No, that's
for example, after bishop g2, again bishop e1. And if you will play, let's say, bishop c6, I don't know, then I can always take it here on h3.
Always, yes. You
king
can.
takes e6,
And
king e5, for example, e7.
Yes.
And
so.
I'm winning. Maybe
it's not clear. It's not clear. It's very interesting and.
It's very interesting. Yes, very interesting. I think it should be in some book written. Okay, so bishop f2. This is current position.
Bishop g2 was played. Bishop g2.
Bishop g2 was played. Yes. Bishop g2 was played.
Move.
65th. Yeah?
I cannot see it here.
Bishop g2 was played, but now bishop e1 or bishop h4. I don't know. No,
Yes,
h4 not. No, h4 not because of king g4. So bishop e1. Now. This is another example for people who think that all opposite color endgames are drawish. Simply drawish. Simply. Maybe it's still drawish,
but...
but...
if I simply play now king e6 and king f5.
King e6, yes. I have no time to switch, to do it again. King g1.
King f5.
And now bishop g3.
And you met king g4. Maybe we have this position already. Yeah.
No, this was the position. No, this is the position. You're right. Maybe yes. So once more after king e6. Oh, it's very interesting. So current position is which one? With king on g3.
Yes.
To bishop. No. No. This software is really funny. How to get to that position? King f5, bishop f2, bishop g2, and this position was played king g3. Yes?
Yes, I think so.
Yes, but now it's impossible to switch that two pieces. So you can play king e6, I think. Because it's not possible to play king g4, it's not possible to play bishop g1. f5, it's nothing.
Yes, it looks like black is holding the endgame.
It's not possible. I was trying to go via g3. No. Probably draw. A very interesting draw, I have to say. And also Firuza showed his defending skills. Asta, I can see something in your eye. Show it, please.
No.
Some idea.
Everything is fine. Here is current position, so
bishop e1, probably. Where is it? Oh, this is current position. White move. You can try king h2. And he will play bishop d5. No, he tried bishop d2. Another try. But if you have a bishop on d2, it's impossible to go on g3. So again, your king is pinned to defense of h-pawn, and it's only try.
So black can simply wait, yes? King e6?
Well, simply. It's not simply, but wait, yes, black can wait. King e6.
King e6, king f5 back.
There is no... It's the only move, probably. Unless you want to lose a pawn, or... Maybe you can play bishop d5. Again. It's the same idea you showed before. Queen.
Yes.
Takes, and now king f4. And it's impossible to play... Or it's possible, but I will take it with check. So probably... It's also playable move. Bishop d5 and king e6. I think both of them.
Yes, bishop d5 has been played.
Was it played?
Yes, bishop d5.
So this is position.
Maybe it's easier ways to.
Let's go. Easier way is to go here and back.
So black is holding, most probably.
Yes. White will try. Yes, black has only 2 minutes, I think. White has 3 minutes. Why not to try?
No, you can continue. Of course, white can continue, but if there is no...
He will try once more to make some triangle, as
Maybe.
was shown before.
Mhm.
And if Alireza is not too tired, I think he will hold the position.
Mhm.
It means that always after bishop g3, you have to play king g4. Always. That's one thing. And second thing, that the bishop is moving between d5 and g2. And d5 is important, take on e6 with check.
Yes.
So it's impossible to build Zugzwang. I like it, I have to say. Bishop g2, king g1, yes, we're trying to do something. Now bishop d5 will be played, bishop e1, or bishop d5 is wrong. Oh, it's difficult to play it after 5 hours.
No, but generally it looks like a draw, so we will see.
With precise play.
So white cannot reach this Zugzwang position,
No,
most
but
probably.
accident can happen to anyone. Yes, I will move now. Bishop d5, bishop g2, bishop d5, bishop g2. And after bishop g3, always I will play king g4. And it's not important if the bishop is on d5 or on g2.
Yes. Yes, you are right.
And if the king is on h2, then after bishop g3 I don't have to play king g4. I will just wait after king g1, then I will play king g4 again. Again, you cannot play king f2 because of e1 check. So that's the solution of this puzzle. Nice puzzle. I hope you solved the puzzle you could see during our breaks. I hope so. Maybe it was funny for you. Every day will be one puzzle.
By the way, it was till now there were two made into diagrams,
Yeah,
so
I
made
think
into positions. So always
will be made into.
Made into.
Because it's by Mr. Affleck. I think all new made into, especially for this festival. Today there was a rapid tournament also, and tomorrow we'll start all our tournaments, open tournament and closed tournaments for amateurs. I know that over 300 players will be here, maybe close to 400. I'm not sure.
Do you know who is the best player in the open tournament? Do you know?
Best player or highest?
Highest. Sorry.
Well,
top
best
seeded.
player we will know after the tournament, and top seeded I don't know.
I also.
But
I have no idea.
I know that many strong grandmasters, grandmasters, maybe under 2600 or just 2600 are there.
No, but Firouzja played bishop c6.
Bishop c6.
Not following your advice, your solution. Maybe it's...
What are you doing, Firouzja? But now I will play bishop g3. No, it's black's turn. So now he has to return to d5 or g2. No, he's there. And now after bishop g3, king g4, they will agree. Draw. I think, of course.
And now your advice.
Now king g4 and draw. Maybe white will offer draw. So white will make one more move and offer the draw, because for black it has no sense to offer the draw. Very interesting game. I think Grandelius missed his chances in some moment, and now it's finished. Very interesting opposite color bishop endgame.
So Firouzja was
Probably
in a real danger in this game.
So he was in real danger, but he started with 2 draws with black pieces. Am I right? No. He was white yesterday.
He was white.
Yes, I'm sorry.
F5.
You'll see. King takes h3. So now we will see e1.
So
and then after a few moves, it will be probably draw.
Okay, so
e1 is there. Yes, so I can count 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, draw, or something like that. Now it's unplayable. Because only thing black needs is to go with king to b7 and a8. And then to sacrifice the bishop for the e-pawn. And it's just totally clear draw. I don't think white needs to show until the end. I don't know, but he can, of course, why not? In 5th hour of play, many accidents happened and will happen because we are all tired.
I think I predict this line will happen.
Okay.
It's my prediction.
Okay. We will see if you are an oracle.
No, stop joking. I think Firouzja was in real danger today, and he defended very well. He was very close to
very well, but I think that in some moment there
he was maybe lost. I think
was lost. I think. I don't know that. I don't know that, but I just think that. Well, it's not important. It was second round, and we'll see. King is running. Ta-dum, ta-dum. Yes, you're right.
Yes, somewhere.
Yes.
Yes, I also think somewhere he was lost or very close to loss.
Okay. So I think we can thank you for following us. And for today, that's all. And tomorrow we will be here again.
Again at 10 minutes before 3, I think. So
Something like 14:50, 14:55. We will start again third round of these tournaments. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
See you.